Ready? Yeah. Welcome, everybody, to the Southern Region Advisory Council meeting. This meeting is being held live here in sunny Cedar City, Utah. We appreciate everybody coming early for a 5 p.m. start time. We're here at SUU campus, and it is April 15th. This meeting is also being streamed live on YouTube. We do have microphones, but please keep in mind anything said in the audience may be picked up and shared with the world online. This is a public forum that allows you to express your opinions and ideas on wildlife management. We will consider all your ideas as a RAC and your feedback and report them back to the Wildlife Board. The Wildlife Board, not the RAC, is charged with setting final wildlife policy for our state. Wildlife management is complex and sometimes it's emotionally charged. We all have ideas and opinions about what is best, and that's why we're here today. It's a good thing. We encourage those who want to express their opinion to fill out a green comment card. We have them in the back, and pass them to one of our division employees, and they'll bring it up here and we will consider that for the agenda item. If you would like to comment on multiple agenda items, you can write that on the same card or fill out multiple cards. We expect those in attendance to respect the people who speak, especially those who hold views that do not align with their own. Respectful behavior helps facilitate efficient meetings where we can listen, digest, address the concerns, ideas, and proposals being presented. Any disrespectful behavior that includes booing, yelling, cheering, or laughing while someone is speaking, we will ask you to refrain from those acts, and if it continues, we will ask you to leave the room. Please help reduce distractions during this meeting by putting your phone on silent. If you need to take a call, there's restrooms outside and a hallway where you're more than welcome to do that. So we will try to move as efficiently as possible through our agenda tonight. It's quite a large agenda. That's why we started a little bit early, but we appreciate you all being here. So we'd like to welcome all the RAC members, and we will go down the line and have each RAC member introduce themselves and tell us which group they represent. We'll start with Chuck on the end.
Chuck Chamberlain, represent the Forest Service here in Cedar City.
Russ Gardner, I represent Farm Bureau.
Brooklyn Cox, I'm here from the Bureau of Land Management.
Mike Grant, I represent the Sportsman.
Tammy Pearson, elected official.
Bryant Johnson, public at large.
Rachel Bullis, non-consumptive, which I guess is now watchable wildlife. Yes.
I like it. Okay, we also have a few RAC members online. I believe we have 4 of them. Riley, and we'll go Bart, then Verland, and Chad.
Riley Roberts, Sportsman.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Bart.
Bart Batista, Canap, Utah, watchable wildlife.
Thanks, Bart. Riley, did you want to introduce yourself again real quick?
Riley Roberts, Sportsman.
And we've got Verland and Chad, if you guys can read us.
Verland King, Bicknell, Utah, livestock.
Chad Utley, St. George, public at large.
Thank you. We appreciate everybody who volunteers their time and expertise to be in attendance at the meeting tonight. We'd like to welcome all DWR staff that is here. Some came a long ways from northern Utah, and some are our local staff here. We appreciate them and being here. We also have a couple wildlife board members. Mr. Gary Nielsen is joining us online, and we have Ms. Paula Richmond here, our Southern Region representative on the Wildlife Board. She's here in person in the room. So thanks for being here. We welcome all the public that are attending here in person or watching on YouTube live or later. Those that are attending in person will have the opportunity to provide comments. Those that are watching on YouTube will not be able to provide live comments, but they were able to submit comments, which we will read some and analyze their answers tonight. And that's it for introductions. We will go to approval of agenda and minutes from our last meeting. RAC members had a chance to look over agenda and minutes, agenda for tonight, minutes from the last meeting. Do we have a motion to approve those?
So moved.
Have a motion by Tammy to approve the agenda and minutes,
I'll second it.
second by Mike. All those in favor in the room signify, show your hand. Including Russ. And online I have Riley, yes, Verlin, yes, Bart, yes, and Chad. So unanimous. Perfect. Thank you. Okay, we will move on. Agenda item number 3 is our Wildlife Board meeting update. I'll provide an update from the January meeting. This meeting was back on January 9th at the Utah Wildlife Board meeting in Farmington, Utah. If you haven't been up there to a Wildlife Board meeting, it's a very picturesque spot right on the shores of the Great Salt Lake. So I would highly recommend it. If you watch the meeting, you don't get to see any of that. You just see the wall with people. So there was a motion on the waterfowl recommendations to accept the recommendations for 2025 through 2027 as presented. That passed unanimously. There was a motion to approve the falconry reporting requirement recommendations as presented. That also passed unanimously. Then it came to the Utah Black Bear Management Plan. There was a motion to add 3 multi-season tags to the Cache Ogden unit, and that passed unanimously. Then there was a motion to allow multi-season permit holders to hunt during the spot and stock season if they were unsuccessful and not to count their harvest against the open harvest quota. And that passed 4-1. Then there was a motion to ask the division to look at the possibility of bear baiting during the harvest objective on private lands to include the possibility of additional public opportunities. And that was placed on the action log, passed unanimously. And the last motion was to approve the remainder of the Black Bear Management Plan as recommended, also passed unanimously. Over to the Utah Cougar recommendations, there was a few rule modifications there. It passed unanimously as presented by the division. And the same with the Utah Fur Bearer recommendations and the R657 rule as presented by the division, passed unanimous. Then the coyote bounty rule. The coyote bounty rule changed slightly from the original recommendations as it went through the RAC process, and it passed unanimously to approve the coyote bounty rule amendments as presented by the division. Some of that change was the $50 reimbursement or $50 bounty is the proper payment for non-substantial mule deer habitat if a coyote is taken in that area. But if it's taken in the critical or it's the second level down. Substantial, yeah. If it's an important area for mule deer, critical and substantial importance, it'll be $100 bounty. And that went into effect April 1st. So there's an updated app, the survey app, and you can take some coyotes and get paid a higher level now until the funds run out. Agenda item number 9 was the shed antler gathering recommendations. It passed unanimously to accept as presented by the division. The West Desert complex management plans, those passed as presented by the division, unanimous. That was realigning some of the West Desert management and how those units are broken up. The prohibited species variance request, that was passed unanimously as presented by the division. And the last one was the restricted muzzleloader definition clarification. It's a lot of words. Passed unanimous to accept as presented by the division. That does apply to some units where there was some clarification on what a restricted muzzleloader is, what can be used, and they wanted to get that in effect before people were applying in the draw. So that was it for the Wildlife Board meeting. In other news, it's the 15th. The application deadline is the 24th. So 11 p.m. next Thursday, 24th. Today's tax day. If you're in this meeting, you're a little late probably to get them in.
If somebody needed a
Reminder, we'll let you step out to finish your taxes, but the deadline to apply for the draw or modify, there is a nice new modify feature where you can modify your application. If you hear some tag numbers or permit recommendations and decide you want to change, you can change your application before the 24th. The last bit of news we have, there was an email sent today from the division that there will be some openings coming up on some regional advisory councils or these RAC councils. And there's openings in every region. If you know anybody that needs to be nominated in a different region, there will be 3 openings coming up in the southern region, one for an agricultural representative, one for elected official, and one for sportsman. So 3 openings on this RAC, and you have until May 31st to submit those nominations if you want to be on there. The only different requirement would be under the new rule, you must have held a hunting or fishing license for 3 out of the last 5 years to be nominated on the RAC. Does it include current? You must have a current and 3 of the 5. So change a little bit, but we will have 3 new faces coming August. So I think that's it for announcements. We will not have a regional presentation tonight. We're going to jump right into agenda item number 4, which is taking big game rule R657-5 amendments. That's brought to us by Dax. Should have watched the presentation before. Yeah. But Dax, is there any clarification or tips you would like to share with the RAC?
I think it's pretty straightforward. Happy to answer any questions if there's any confusion or folks would like additional details.
I'll go back to my.
I can give you a summary of what was in there if that's helpful.
And I don't know if it's you or Mike. I can hold it up.
Yep.
Too, because I don't talk loud enough. What kind of population have you got on beaver to justify 1,000 head increase?
I think that's
No,
the
no,
next
no.
one.
Oh, that's not this one. I'm sorry. I'm way ahead of my.
Tammy's just
Never
excited.
mind. Yeah, because that's the one
Excited for these
comment
deer.
I have to make.
We're going to hold off on deer permits for just a few minutes,
No,
Dax.
It's
You
a
might
good
need to.
preview. It's a good preview of the deer permit discussion, I think.
We're not going to ask about beaver. You might have to give us a little synopsis on the taking big game changes that you wanted to see
Yeah.
here.
So in this mandatory harvest reporting, what we've done there is added kind of a drop dead date of February 15th. So for most hunts, it's still going to be a 30-day reporting window, but just to give our biologists a little bit more time with data before they have to get turned around and get into a recommendation, we're asking for it to be 30 days or until February 15th, whichever's earliest. So we're looking at making a change in the areas with special restrictions in the rule to allow us to use doe hunting as a tool to help manage deer populations in and around the town of Alton, in the hayfields and in folks' yards. If we want to talk about that, I think we have the regional expertise here to dive into that. We did find something. I think we missed this when we implemented the restricted rifle hunts on a few of the units, including the Beaver West and the Thousand Lakes in this region, Boulder. Traditionally with our any legal weapon hunts, often referred to as rifle hunts, but technically they're any legal weapon hunt. If a youth draws one of those permits, they're able to hunt all of the applicable seasons on that general season deer unit. And with the restricted rifle hunt, because it's not an any legal weapon hunt, that wouldn't be the case. We feel that that was the intent and what we'd like to do. And so we're trying to make a clarification there so that if a youth draws a restricted rifle hunt on one of those units, they would be able to hunt all the other applicable general season hunts on that unit. And then finally, just a small change to allow for the importation of an antlered skull from a state that may have CWD. At one point, we had made it so that you could not bring back any spinal material or brain material from a state with CWD, and that maybe is the best, but we had not the best compliance with that, and we took another look at that, and there was some concern from sportsmen that wanted to bring heads back to the state of Utah to do like a European mount. And we felt like it was a pretty low risk. Not many people are bringing a head back and then dumping it on the landscape. They're probably taking it to a taxidermist. And so we're recommending walking that back just a tiny bit to allow for the importation of a skull with the brain material still in it. So those are the rule changes, kind of the short, quick and dirty version.
Thanks, Dax. Call for any questions from RAC members, both in person or online.
So I got a question.
Go ahead, Mike.
A couple of the, doe hunting is very controversial and especially really dear to sportsmen with where we're at with our populations of deer. And I've asked this question a couple of times, but transplanting these deer that are in these rural communities, I've heard they don't live, they end up back in a rural community. There's some rural communities that have deer habitat that are not rural communities, that are outlying a long ways from towns, a long ways from areas that possibly we could have that. We're going to get rid of them one way or the other, give them a chance somewhere to get a population up that maybe could have a fawn one year. Maybe they get taken another year. So my question is, why don't we do that? And why can't we do that in this area? It's fenced, high fenced in a very tight knit area. Maybe the city or the residents don't want that, but surely be better than shooting a doe on somebody's front lawn and then having that controversy to deal with. So my question is, why don't we just move them?
Why don't we transplant deer out of these types of situations? So good question. As you may remember, several years back, we had an urban deer program where we did do quite a bit of transplanting. And this was primarily along the Wasatch Front in those areas where we had deer in town. We took deer and transplanted them to other areas. We did some studies, looked at survival rates. There's a substantial amount of mortality, but about 50% of them lived the first year. And then it just got to the point with some of the disease risks. There's not great live testing for chronic wasting disease, and that disease just presents a pretty significant risk to the point where we're just not comfortable moving live deer, in addition to potentially other diseases that might be out there. So we have discontinued moving live deer in the state, and that's why.
Thanks, Mike. Bart, you have a question?
I do. It's regarding the importation of big game skulls from states with chronic wasting disease. I'll have plenty of comments during the comment section, but my question is, who is telling you that compliance is low? And why do hunters think it's burdensome to comply with a regulation to prevent the potential importation of CWD into the state?
Yeah, good questions, Bart. So our officers ran a check station on Highway 40 where it comes in from Colorado a couple years ago and saw pretty poor compliance. And most of the folks that were bringing back in skulls had no idea that this was a regulation. If you've been out on a hunt, in another state, if you're staying you're camping out, you're in the trailer, maybe you're staying in a motel, it can be difficult to have the right facility and way to remove a brain. I think that might be ideal, and it's a pretty low risk that someone's going to take that skull and go to the trouble to bring it back to the state of Utah and then just go dump it somewhere. So that's why we felt like, okay, I think this can work. And we're proposing it to the RAC. If you don't like it, here's your chance to
I do have a follow-on. I do have a follow-on question on that. I don't anticipate that people would dump a skull, but the part that matters is the brain matter with the prions in it. And you're already saying that would go to a taxidermist and be dumped or be removed by a taxidermist. Do you have any measures in place, or are there any measures planned for taxidermists to control how they dispose of brain matter from potential CWD infected brain matter?
We don't.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thanks, Bart. Any other questions? We'll open it to questions from the public. It's not in the comment section, but if you have a question, we only have one mic here, so we're going to have to share with Dax, but he's nice. So come up and state your question in the mic.
Brian Johnson from Cedar City, Utah, and I'm the dumbest person in the room, so just looking for some clarification. We have a rule set up that we just got rid of because of brains are hard to get rid of in a place we know has CWE. but we don't transplant deer because they might have CWE. I'm just confused on how that makes sense. So maybe if you want to just.
Up to the plate, Dex. There you go.
Yeah. So, it's a matter of trying to balance risk, and we don't have great live testing methods for CWD, and we probably don't have tests that allow folks to get brain material tested before they bring it back to the state of Utah and get results, unless they're going to leave a skull somewhere and go back and get it later after they get test results. I don't know if it's ideal, but we felt like it presents a low risk. We don't currently have any regulation in the state of Utah. If you went and hunted deer on the LaSalles, if you're from Washington County and you can't draw a Pine Valley tag, so you put in for the LaSalles and you went and shot a buck just outside of Moab, it's our highest CWD prevalence area in the state. There's nothing that would prevent you from bringing that buck back to Washington County. We talked a little bit at one point in time. I met with our state veterinarian. She's very concerned about CWD and wants us to do the right thing for wildlife. And at this point, I think we have tried to approach things from the point of education, trying to teach folks about the disease and encouraging them to do the right thing rather than trying to regulate. And so that's where we're at with this. And yeah, I don't know that it's perfect, but that's where we're at with this.
Thanks, Dex. Bart, you have another question?
Yes, it's a follow-on, and I was stuck with the same sort of head scratch as the previous questioner was. But so the question is, if we're not going to be really managing the importation of potentially infected brain matter, are we going to do any sort of studies to increase our knowledge on the fate and transport of CWD infected material in the environment? Because there are a lot of studies that says it's pretty persistent.
It is pretty persistent. And we do have some active CWD research going on in Utah right now. We're looking at trying to refine live testing with the deer capture work that we do when we're putting GPS collars out on deer in the fall and looking at body condition and all that. We've been trying, we're working with some researchers at Utah State to try to get a better idea on refining a live test. We're doing some ear punch biopsies. We've done the rectal biopsies. So I wish there were really good, easy answers for CWD, but it is a really challenging disease from a management standpoint. And like you mentioned, Bart, it does persist on the landscape for a long time.
Thanks, Dex.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions from the RAC, we'll have a regional supervisor summarize online public comment on this agenda item.
Thank you. We didn't have any comments in relation to the CWD question. I think we've had a good discussion here. The 4 comments that we did receive were all in favor, and they were all in relation to the recommendation to allow the harvest of antlerless deer around Alton. We had the mayor and the town council send in a comment in favor. We've been working with the folks over there. This is just one part of what will end up being a cooperative agreement between us, landowners, the town council, the CWMU over there, to try to have an approach to depredation over there that's fair, and also an agreement to make sure that that fence is in as good a shape as it can be on an annual basis, so that we're removing a minimal number, if at all, on an annual basis. So the first part of the plan is to let's make sure that the fence is doing its job, and so if any are getting in, it's very few. And then if we need to deal with those that do get in, we need some tools to do it. So,
okay, thank you. We don't have any public comment here in the room on this agenda item, so we're going to open it up to RAC discussion. Any comments you'd like to share on this agenda item? Bart, go ahead.
Beating the CWD bandwagon. I did some online Google search. I know that's not the best for looking at studies of, scientific studies on CWD fate and transport. And, the most recent one I found was out of Minnesota, and they were looking at its transportation in waterways. And not to quote it directly, paraphrasing, it's more persistent in the sediment than in the water. But when I think about wastewater and disposal, if people are hosing down spaces if taxidermists are hosing down spaces where they're doing this sort of work, or if it's all collected and goes into a holding tank, if it's a holding tank, that's fine. But if it's or even maybe a septic tank, but it does persist in the environment. And it seems that this laissez-faire approach that is being proposed isn't appropriate, especially if everybody's worried about the spread of CWD. And it seems that not wanting to enforce something because people don't like to comply with it isn't the appropriate response or approach to enforcing rules. Otherwise, we wouldn't have any rules because nobody likes rules and everybody thinks they're burdensome. And so to me, it's kind of a backward approach to enforcing rules. People don't like it, so we won't do it. Even though we're trying to do it we're very worried about CWD spreading throughout the state. And so it seems this is I'll say not smart, I have another word for it, proposal. Thank you.
Thanks, Bart. Verlin, go ahead.
Yeah, as a veterinarian and reading this proposal and as it was described, I really don't see any reason why we shouldn't accept it. It's the chance of spreading it from a skull that's just going to be cleaned up for European mount, and the steps that are talked about in the proposal. As a veterinarian, I think they're sufficient to eliminate a problem.
Thanks, Verlin. Bart, you have another comment?
I'll just throw credentials out there. As an environmental engineer, I see no recommendation for mitigation of potential contamination in the environment.
Thanks, Bart. Anybody here in the room? Comment, discussions? Okay, I would entertain a motion if someone wants to take a stab at it. Amy?
I'll make a motion that we approve as proposed.
Do I have a second? All right, got a motion from Tammy to approve this agenda item as proposed and a second from Verlin. Any discussion needed? All right, all those in favor of Tammy's motion here in the room, raise your hand. Okay, and online. All right, all those opposed? All right, motion passes 9-2 with Bart and Mike opposing. Mike, would you like to share why you opposed?
Sure. Some of it had to do with my question earlier and my comment about this, transporting these or transplanting these does. The chronic wasting disease, it seems to be a giant issue. We talk about it a lot, and now we've moved into this situation where now we're accepting it. And we don't accept a lot of things. This shouldn't be one of them. If I went and killed a big bull 2 miles outside of a unit, I'd get thrown in prison. If I bring chronic wasting disease, hunted in some of these other states, and they have mandatory testing of chronic wasting disease, and I didn't go through that testing, came home, cleaned it out myself, threw the brains out in my backyard, which is the base of the Monroe Mountain. Now Vance is going to be coming to talk to me, and pretty good odds I'm going to get a ticket for it. But I just don't believe that it's right to alter that. We should take care of it. And the fact of the matter is if we didn't understand it and we didn't know it was there, we didn't read the rules. We have to abide by them and hold them. We shouldn't make a conscious decision of bending those rules and allowing to bend them for people just because they didn't understand those. So those rules. So.
Thanks, Mike. Bart, would you like to share?
No, I think I've already shared enough. Thank you.
Well, thanks. Appreciate your expertise, everybody that shares their input and comments. All right, let's move on to agenda item number 5. This is the deer permit recommendations. Deer only, general and limited entry, all deer. Yeah. We've got Dax up here again, our big game coordinator, and been no changes since the recommendations. Is that fair to say, Dax?
Yep, that's accurate.
Well, we can open it up for questions from the RAC. I think that's a good place to start. Tammy,
My question stands.
let's see your microphone.
Sorry.
State it again,
Okay.
please.
All right, now at the proper timing, my question stands. Mike, maybe for you, what's our population on beaver? What's your estimated population? And what justifies 1,000 new hunting permits?
So it's hard because I'm guessing you're asking specifically the Beaver West or the beaver as a whole.
As a whole.
So as a whole, we're about 10,000 deer as the estimated population. The difficult part in splitting the unit beaver east and west is that we've never collected data that way. So it's always been collected on the beaver as a whole. So we don't have a specific population estimate for the east versus the west. It's that population as a whole.
I can make comments later, right?
Comments later. I have a question for Mike while you're there. Any deer that you have collared or any sort of camera traps or anything, how many deer are moving from east to west, vice versa?
Not as many as we thought. So I can get you the exact numbers here in a sec. I think we had 120 something collars, and we only had 3 or 4 of those that crossed I-15. And we collared on both the east and the west side.
So it's of your opinion, they're pretty separate, distinct populations at this point.
I mean, there's definitely some crossover, but it's not significant.
Thank you.
How many collars did you end up doing on the beaver unit?
I'll find that for you in just a
All
second.
right.
I don't want to give you crappy numbers.
Right?
2 questions. What was the permit numbers on the beaver as a whole last year?
1,800.
1,800. And what percent of the land area would the beaver west have been of the total of that?
I can find that out for you.
Like probably 25, 30?
Yeah, something like that.
Thank you.
More questions? Mike?
So to add on to some of these questions, where did you get your total number of moving that? Because it is upwards of 1,000. You've got limited entry plus your general season on that side. And the exact number where it's at. Where did you pull that from? I mean, was there some harvest data you pulled that? How many deer were taken on the west? How many hunters were hunting on the west side?
Yeah. I'll just walk you through the process I went through on the recommendations on the beaver. So, if you look back, even just 5 years ago, we had over 3,000 tags on the beaver. In 2019, we had 3,000 permits. And then we started to see really low fawn production. Adult survival was down. And so we cut tags really heavily down to 1,200 permits. And then as we've started to see the deer bounce back up, we've tried to increase those permits back. So when I made the recommendation, it's difficult, right? Because the unit's splitting and we have never collected data at that level. So I looked at the beaver as a whole and said, okay, based off my classification data, the buck-doe ratio, the fawn-doe ratios, my population estimate, all of the harvest data, all of our collar survival data, what would my recommendation be for the beaver as a whole? And that's where the 2,800 permits came from. We also got a lowered buck-to-doe ratio objective. That was a big change in the statewide plan. And that's how I came with 2,800 permits. After that, the challenge became well, how do I split that 2,800 permits from the east to the west? And so what I did is I looked at my classification data. Those are when I go out in November and December and classify deer. And I looked at my overall sample. Well, first off, I went through and I split based off of the names of where I put down on my sheets. I split which counts were on the east side and which counts were on the west side. And so then I was able to total the number of deer I classified on the west versus the east. And I looked at over the past 10 years, that west number made up about a third of my sample. And so that was how I split out the permits, was based on that. Success rates are a guess with the restricted weapons. So I didn't really, that's still a guess too. We assume they're going to be lower than our regular weapons, but we don't know for sure.
Question, if it was not restricted weapon, hypothetically, and it was just split east and west, would you have recommended less on the west?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Yeah, I assume it's going to be lower success rates, but I don't know.
Okay, Tammy?
Okay, my next question would be, how do you split that out, archery, muzzleloader, rifle? Like, how are you gonna?
So those are 20, 20, 60, right, Dax? 20% goes to archery, 20%
I can't
muzzleloader.
remember. I thought I could find it and I didn't find it, so. 2026.
Any more questions? I'll ask one. Thanks, Mike. You probably won't get too many questions as to why we're decreasing or recommending a decrease on the Pine Valley and the Zion deer tags, but can you explain why to those that are here?
Yeah, and you know, what we're doing, you know, Mike mentioned what he did to make the recommendation on the beaver. It's similar to what all the biologists do on all the units in the state. They look at where's our population, where's our buck to doe ratio, where's our fawn to doe ratio, what's our collar data saying about animal health and survival, what kind of fawn recruitment are we anticipating for this coming year, and all that factors into consideration, along with, you know, mandatory harvest reporting data and what we anticipate will be harvested, and then we set permit numbers to try to meet the objectives in our statewide plan, the buck to doe ratio objectives. So when we did that exercise for Pine Valley, Southwest Desert, Zion units, we had, I think it was the driest winter in the last 40 years. And we saw fawn survival on those units fell down to the 50% range. And so when we took that into consideration on a general season unit, a substantial amount of your harvest is yearling bucks. Last year's fawns, you know, half of those approximately make up next year's yearling bucks. Because, you know, half are female, half are male. So when we looked at that and ran the numbers on it, following the same procedures, protocol, you know, how we do it on all the other units, we realized, okay, we're going to have to reduce permits on these units just because we had such a dry winter and we had lower fawn survival. So it's that. Does that answer your question, Mr. Chair?
Yes, it does. Thank you. More questions, Mike?
Yeah, so one more question and just for some clarification, and I mentioned to one of the biologists this was going to get brought up, and the Monroe unit. Here's another unit we're going to up by a couple hundred permits. And one of the things that I got hit with last year and again this year, and I love the information that we're putting out on collared deer and you know where their migratory paths are, and that when we classify animals, and Mike answered this on the beaver, there wasn't that many that moved, and that's based off a hypothesis on how many's collared, the collared ones that were moved. So the Monroe unit primarily because of BYU, Brock, and the division. We have a substantial amount of deer that migrate off the Fish Lake and the Parker, the west end of the Parker, into my backyard, into Annabelle every winter. And those are counted as Monroe deer. How are we going to break that up to some point that, yes, we're seeing some more population grow in those areas because there's deer migrating and we're finding out all this studies, but to throw those at those units that when the deer finally start to move during rifle season, we've hunted them now, archery and muzzleloader, and they're moving to wintering grounds on the Monroe. Those aren't really Monroe deer until the rifle hunt and beyond. So to elevate those, and I'm all for opportunity to hunt more, but I look at it as we've we've put all this research and we put all this together to where, how do we justification, I guess, for that? Or are we accounting for, look, we've had 500 to 700 deer that are migrating, you know, maybe we had a 30 or 40 move, but those were collared deer that ended up having a couple of fawns with them or a couple of yearlings with them. That, are we accounting for that classification on what units they're coming from? Primarily the Monroe, the Fish Lake, the Thousand Lakes, one of them, you know, those units. So.
No, that's a great question. I think we could probably have like a 2-day symposium going through color data. And it's a good question. It's a fair question. So, and you know, Austin mentioned at that last board meeting, we made some changes to the West Desert unit complex. It's, you know, the West Desert West, the Ochre Stansberry, the Tenix. And that was because color data revealed when we initially drew up our unit boundaries for how we try to manage our deer populations, we tried to draw unit boundaries that did a pretty good job of encompassing populations. And I don't know that they're ever perfect. We don't really have closed populations. There's always a few animals. Even with the barrier like I-15, there's a few animals crossing I-15, which it is a pretty significant barrier, but there's a few. On some of these other units where the boundary between one unit and another might be, you know, a rural highway, it's probably not nearly the barrier that I-15 might be. So we do see some movement between units, you know, animals coming to the Monroe, maybe animals from the Monroe going to other units. So there is some movement. We collect our classification data during the rut, you know, the rut period of time. So from a biological standpoint, we know we have plenty of bucks to breed our does. When you look at harvest data on a unit like the Monroe, it has pretty darn high success rates, especially during the rifle hunt. So I don't know that we'll ever be able to, unless we build giant high fences everywhere and even around out and you see how well those work. I don't know that we'll ever be able to perfectly encompass all migrations, but it is something that's taken into account. And there's some plus or minus factor to animals that move one way and move another. And when we look at the harvest data, the success rates, buck to doe ratios, everything seems to be working okay. So, but it's a good question. It's a fair question. And wildlife they don't read the proclamation. They don't know exactly where the boundaries are.
I think that's called a guidebook now.
Yes.
But
Hey, Austin. Just
Go ahead,
to
Mike.
give you correct numbers. So it was 120 collars on the beaver that we put out over 3 years. And of those, 30 of those collars were out on the west side. We caught some on the Bald Hills. We caught in Wild Horse, caught up to Pinnacle, tried to spread them out. And 4 of those crossed I-15. It was over the 120. We only had 4 that crossed.
Successfully crossed I-15.
Successfully, yeah.
Okay, one more question. Do you keep a highway death count?
Yeah, we did. Yep.
So what are you looking at that? Because obviously our herds are rebounding because we went through 3 years with no dead deer and now it's every day there's a dead deer.
Yeah, I think Minersville Reservoir's a pretty
crazy.
Terrible spot, honestly. They get hammered right there.
And you would think the drivers would learn.
You think? Yeah.
But you can't fix stupid, I guess.
Mike,
Brian,
can
you
I
got a
keep you up there for a minute? Mike? Back on the beaver. I think that the buck doe ratio that you guys show is wrong. Has anyone looked at that?
It's about the
3
same. I
years?
think we've been 20
Is it
the last
like
2
9?
years.
I think that it was figured wrong. They've got it at 20 on the thing, and I think it's like 19.3 or something.
Yeah, I can check. It usually gets rounded, I think, for the rack table.
So I guess, was that taken into account? Second of all, I guess, and the question is for you or whoever, but we had some huge fires on the beaver last year. Those areas hardly have any animals that are staying in them all the time. They're moving in and out, but they're going to come back. But was that taken into account for this year?
Yeah, it's interesting. We've actually had some collars that were really close to the fires. I had 3 collared does in the head of bullion. It was actually really interesting to get on every day and see where they were at. Some days they were right in the burn scar, and then all of a sudden they'd bump out. We didn't see any mortality from the fires. Doesn't mean we didn't have any, especially I think like young fawns, when the fires hit at the right time, we can see some of that. But
Right. And I'm getting at the fires in more of the sense that maybe we need to get the habitat back there before we start getting rid of deer, I guess.
sure, some of the fires were really good. Some of the fires, it's a real huge benefit for wildlife, especially that high elevation stuff.
I think it will eventually be, yes.
Thanks, Brian. Any other questions from the RAC? All right, questions from the public. We've got a bunch of comment cards coming up, but we'll just do questions right now if there are any. Okay. Oh, we got one.
Late stander there. I apologize if this doesn't feel like it's relevant, but I think it is. When the Beaver West Restricted Weapons Unit was proposed last year, I felt like it was proposed as a test unit for how restricted weapons deal with hunting, and it may have been a 3 or a 4 year period it was proposed for. I guess confirm or deny that if I'm just making that up. And then what is that still the division's intent to use that as a testing period for restricted weapons? And what specific things are we looking to test on? Harvest rate success, how population numbers are affected, hunter harvest success, things like that.
Oh, great question. And you pretty much answered it. Yeah, it's part of a research proposal. We're doing it for 4 years. So this would be year one, 2025 would be year one. And then what we're looking at is we're going to compare, to probably the other side of the beaver and look at how that might affect populations. And then also, I think a big part of it is going to be how does it affect hunters, whether it's success rate, whether it's demand and draw odds, that type of thing. And the idea here was, by shifting to restricted weapons, can we allow for more hunting opportunity without having as much impact as far as harvest goes? Is this something that we can do that people, part of the stuff we're looking at is the size of bucks left after the hunt. Are people going to be less selective because they have a shorter range with their weapon? So maybe we end up with more older age class bucks postseason. Those are all things that we're going to be looking at and trying to analyze, as well as the social component and seeing, is this something hunters like? If the biological impacts aren't necessarily significant, is this something that hunters like? Do they want this type of a hunting opportunity? That's something that we'd take into consideration as well.
Thanks, Dax. Another question?
Just to follow up on that. So since it is a testing unit, can we expect a tag number lock for the duration of that testing period to keep in control the controllable variables for that test?
So yeah, that's a great question. One we've been asked a lot. And so if we keep permit numbers the same, that actually introduces an additional variable. So if the population changes, if production changes, if we end up with the buck-to-doe ratio that's substantially higher than it was before, or higher than, perhaps the other side of the beaver, that we do know that makes a big difference. If you have different buck-to-doe ratio in hunter harvest rates, hunter satisfaction, and we've shown that through our management of limited entry units. I think I told a story at the board work session about when I was in college back in the day. I hunted the cash unit, and the buck-to-doe ratio on the cash at that time was around 10 bucks per 100 does. And then I put in and drew a tag in Colorado and went and hunted a unit in Colorado that had a buck-to-doe ratio of like 28 bucks per 100 does. And it was a very different hunting experience. Just when the buck-to-doe ratio is that much higher, you experience that differently as a hunter who's looking for bucks. And so if we set permit numbers, then I don't know if we're really evaluating like whether or not we can offer additional opportunity or what that might mean if we set permit numbers and don't have them fluctuate to try to maintain a constant buck-to-doe ratio. So I think if folks want to know what happens when you have a higher buck-to-doe ratio, we've probably done that research. We can do that again. At this point, the idea was, can we give more hunting opportunity and still maintain at our buck-to-doe ratio objectives? So, and I've heard that from a lot of folks that are interested in, well, let's just keep permit numbers the same throughout the duration of the study. And I think we could learn some things from doing that, but it might be different than what we initially tried to set out learning, which is, can you give more opportunity and still maintain quality through using restricted weapons?
Thanks, Dax. All right, if you stand up in the microphone, of course.
Okay, so I'm Paul Marshall, Beaver County, and I have a lot of comments and questions about the Beaver West, and I have a comment card, but this is specifically to what you just said about collecting the data and using this as a study. Okay, my mind says just the opposite of what you said when it comes to controlling variables. If you say you're going to give 900 permits on Beaver West and you're going to do a study for 3 years, why would you change that and think that that's going to help with understanding the population versus what your original goal of the study was?
Yeah, so if the variable we're trying to evaluate is the change in the buck to doe ratio, we don't even have to restrict weapons. We could just change the buck to doe ratio. If what we're trying to evaluate is restricted weapons, then we would want to keep the buck to doe ratio variable constant. So I think that's the perspective we're looking at it from. And I realize there may be other perspectives to look at it from, but from the division standpoint, the variable we're interested in is restricted weapons. How does that affect success rates? How does that affect hunter demand? And are there biological implications from using restricted weapons? If the focus is, let's keep permits constant, and then we have a variable buck to doe ratio, then we're evaluating variable buck to doe ratios more so than we're evaluating restricted weapons. So, I mean, that's the perspective we're looking at it from. I realize there may be other ways to look at it.
Thanks, Dex.
And what makes that different than any other unit in the state with what we already do?
I don't know if I understand the question.
Isn't that how we determine tag numbers? Is we look at the data that we have from a unit already and we adjust from there? I mean, to me, we're looking for data. If we do restricted weapons with 900 permits and we do that for a 4-year period, we want to know after the 4-year period what the result of that was. Not, okay, 900 tags this year, 1,200 next, 400 the next, and then determine what the outcome was. Okay, I mean, I think your static, I don't know if static is the right word, your variables aren't making sense to me. I mean, I think if we set this up as a study, we need to set it up as a study and look for results at the end of the study, not in the middle.
Thanks, Paul.
Kevin, Dax, can I take a whack at this one? Just maybe a different perspective. So your idea of thinking about a control is exactly right. That's how you figure things out. But a control is to keep things constant. And our constant is we change permits every year. That's how we manage deer in the state of Utah. So we're keeping our management constant. We're changing the weapons we use, but by continuing to change permits every year, that is staying constant with what we have been doing, because that's how we manage deer in the state of Utah. So the only variable we're changing is the weapons that we're using. We're keeping everything else constant because that's our management plan, as we adjust permits on an annual basis. Does that help at all?
Yes and no. I mean, I get that.
Yeah.
But it still doesn't make sense to me understanding a research design, setting up a study, and keeping that study constant through the duration of the study.
But that's what we're saying. That is constant. That is by doing it the way we do everything else. That is maintaining it being constant, because that's how we manage deer in the state of Utah.
But if you okay, and that's how you manage every other unit in the state. That's what I'm saying. So why is this a study unit versus Beaver East that's not a study unit, and you're going to use the same
because we're using
information?
restricted weapons. That's the study part of it.
Okay.
We'll get you up for comments. We'll appreciate it. Okay, you want to summarize? Oh, Brian.
With what they're talking about there, is it a constant to then, or to, it's the only unit that's getting a 50+% increase from last year that I know of. And then to have that whole buck to doe ratio changed if you give that many more tags, that's not a constant in what we're doing across the state. Is that correct?
It is, in a way that we adjust permits, like as Kevin mentioned. That was a great way to put it, Kevin. Is that's what we do on all the units in the state, is we adjust permits based on the data. And we did change buck to doe ratio objectives on some units. So this is year one under a different buck to doe ratio objective on the beaver unit. So if we want to just study, what happens if we don't change permit numbers, we did that on the Henry Mountains for the last 5 years. And the Pontagant, we set permit numbers in the plan, and we didn't change permit numbers on those units. On the Henry Mountains, the overall deer population declined and the buck to doe ratio declined. On the Pontagant unit, it declined a little bit, then it went back up a little bit. And they followed very similar trends to what other neighboring units did with regard to population and buck to doe ratio. Followed similar trends on other units that were primarily driven by weather components. So, You know, we have done a study where we kept permit numbers constant. I mean, I guess if you want to look at it that way. So, no, and I understand people are passionate about the beaver unit and, you know, maybe want to approach management conservatively on that unit. And that's why we're here meeting today, I guess, to get that input and to decide how we're going to move forward there.
Thanks, Dax. All right, let's summarize online public comment, and then we'll go to public comment here in the room.
Yeah, I was a little surprised that we didn't get more comments. We only had 9 comments on this, but most of them focused on what we've been talking about here. Most of the comments were in relation to the beaver. We had, of the 9 comments, seven people indicated they strongly disagreed, and most of those were relative to the permit numbers and buck to doe ratios, and those things kind of go together. There was nobody sitting on the fence on this one. We had either people strongly agreed or strongly disagreed, and the majority of them disagreed. We did have a couple of people that that their comment was that they want to hunt more often, even if it's a harder hunt. But the majority of the comments expressed concern about the level of increase in permits on the beaver.
Okay, thank you. We'll open it to public comment at this time. Cards on number 5. First up, we have Jeremy Anderson. He'll be followed by Braden Richmond. You can come to this microphone here, state your name. If you're representing yourself, you'll have 3 minutes. I have on my notes, 5 minutes if an organization. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Thank you all for having us here. Jeremy Anderson, Mule Deer Foundation. MDF supports this recommendations as presented. We're obviously supporting it in its entirety. It's a big plan other than just the beaver. The one thing I will say that we're very happy with is letting the biologists do their job. I think they're doing what a lot of people say they can do on the internet and everything, and I think it's fantastic that these guys are doing all the work that they're doing with the collaring and getting the data and then making the recommendations that they have done. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jeremy. Braden Richmond, he'll be followed by John Bear. John Bear? Oh, there he is.
Hey, Braden Richmond, thanks for letting me be here today. And appreciate your questions. I had several questions I was going to ask, but I felt like you did a great job of covering them and got exactly the answers I was looking for. So just a couple comments. I feel like it'd be remiss on the Southern RAC if we didn't hit Pine Valley. So let me start with Pine Valley. As we look at these recommendations, I do think it's interesting. Pine Valley, we're actually, if I remember right, we're recommending a slight decrease. And the interesting thing there is the buck to doe ratio wouldn't warrant that, but it shows that we're taking more factors into consideration, including the longstanding drought. And I think that's, I just want to make a note of that we're seeing more drastic recommendations with better data. I really think that's the case. So now addressing Beaver West specifically, and I have a lot of faith in Mike. I talk to Mike frequently, and I really appreciate what he does. Mike is put in a really tough spot on this. As he said, we've never monitored this unit as a standalone unit. So he's using the tools that he has available to make the recommendation, and I don't doubt his recommendation has footings. However, having said that, those of us that are in that area know that that has far fewer deer than it's historically had. The deer herd there really is low on that west side. We're seeing the east side increase quite a bit. I don't know that we're seeing the west side increase yet. And so we would just like to ask to walk into this a little slower and decrease those tags quite a bit, actually. I think SFW is going to propose 500, and that's where I'd like to see it also. Thank you.
Thanks, Braden. John? He'll be followed by Nick Dax.
Appreciate the chance to address the RAC. Appreciate your time and your effort, even you, Mr. Chairman. Didn't recognize you, not on Instagram. So, we had some pretty lively discussion at our fulfillment committee meeting about a lot of these issues. One, of course, is the Beaver West. And we would ask that we move forward with the permit increases on the Beaver West, maybe a little more cautious than what the division has proposed. I think we landed on 500 as maybe a good landing spot somewhere in the middle there. A lot of people are excited about the weapons restrictions and what that might do. Some not as much, but we felt like 500 would probably be maybe a little more judicious landing spot than the full 900. A couple other tweaks to the plan. We would ask that on the San Juan and the Oak Creek, just leave those alone. No increases on those. So everything else, I think we agreed with. I do want to say kind of agree with what Braden said. Our biologists are put in a very tough position on some of these things. People want to hunt. People want big bucks. Who's right? Who's wrong? A guy wants to take his kid hunting. He's fine shooting a 3-point. This guy's waited for years and years and wants to shoot a 200-inch buck. You know, neither one of them are really wrong or right. It's just an opinion on what they're after on these units. And so I don't envy your position to make these decisions, but appreciate your willingness to do so, and appreciate the division's willingness to get up here and answer all the tough questions and do their best. And even though we disagree at times on things, we really do appreciate their effort. So thank you.
Thanks, John. We have Nick Dax. He'll be followed by Curtis Barney.
Hi, Nick Dax, representing Utah Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. We at the Utah BHA support the Deer Permit 2025 recommendation increases. We support this because it follows the science while providing the opportunity for hunters as long as the population allows it. Thank you.
Thanks, Nick. Curtis, and he'll be followed by Paul Marshall.
Curtis Barney. I've been representing the east side of the Beaver since the late 1900s, specifically Panguitch and Circleville. I didn't really want to do this today. My wife recently passed away from cancer and took a little pep out of my step this past fall. But when you talk about the Beaver East, it doesn't take long to get the mojo back. My wife and I loved it for over 40 years. It's our favorite place to go. And we've had a lot of good memories there. So she told me one night before she passed, she says, you need to keep going to these meetings and tell them what we see. So I'm titling this What We See. On the Beaver East, we see drainages, ravines, rolling hills, draws, flats, all full of beautiful sagebrush and full of grass and lush bitterbrush, a favorite food of the deer. There are ponds scattered throughout this area, and the deer, in order for the deer to survive, they have to go out and eat and drink in these open areas. In the 1980s, 70s, and 80s, deer was plentiful. Both doe, fawn, buck, big buck, little buck, you name it. Actually, it was kind of a secret little premium area that was a general unit. Guides were seen bringing in hunters onto the beaver unit. That was common. And during the 1980s, I harvested 5 trophy bucks, 25 inches for me. I don't shoot anything else unless it's over that or I make a mistake. 3 of them were over 30 inches. 1 was just shy of 40. One of my wife and I's favorite hobbies during those 80s was to go out with the old camcorders that sat on your shoulder and try to sneak up on those big old bucks in the summer and film them. Later in the 1990s, I started seeing change, and that's why I started coming to these RAC meetings. During the 1990s, my trophy harvest went down to 3, none of them over 30. I was told at the meetings, and this isn't you guys, I'm talking to division. You guys have always been so good to listen. I appreciate you. I was told at these meetings to hunt harder, start earlier, glass more, stay later, look in different places, and any other excuse they could find to tell me to do. And basically telling me the deer were there, I just had to look better. Apparently, they weren't willing to see what we see. In the first decade of the 2000s, I've killed 1 deer, 25 inches or more. From 2011 to the present day, 1 deer, over 25 inches. but I guess they don't see what we see. My kids and grandkids have left the beaver because of the dwindling number of deer. I bought all my grandkids these nice binos. I still have them old crusty ones, but they all want the nice ones. They told me they don't get to use them on the beaver because, Grandpa, we don't get to see any deer. But I guess they don't see what we see. My grandkids beg to go to Colorado, and we take them as often as we can because they get to use their binos and really enjoy a hunt. They see tons of deers, both the bucks and doe. The buck-doe ratios are well over 20, and there's plenty of deer to go with them, does. We don't have to kill bucks to gain more does. They see piles of deer piling off mountains into fields as we come into the night, which never happens in the fields in the mouth of Circleville Canyon where I lived. No deer anymore. The present day beaver still has the lush bitter brush and the watering ponds, but some things have changed up there. New roads have been made by all sorts of ATVs, leaving deer more out in the open than ever before. Optics can spot deer in an open country from just getting to a little higher spot. And any gun now can shoot without the deer even knowing someone's around. Adding all these tags in such an open area is deer suicide. Just when a deer gets over one ridge in this kind of a situation, there'll be other hunters waiting. If a deer ever does make it to a place that he thinks is safe, a hunter from 800 yards will still pick him off. But I guess you don't see what we see. In the last 5 years, the beavers had a plan to create a 3-year average of 18 bucks per 100 toes. This was the last 5 years. They never reached that goal, not once in those 5 years. But all of a sudden, when we change it to 15 to 17, they want to get everything in one bite. They want to kill every deer they can to reach the 15 to 17 goal. There's an old statement that says, you eat an elephant one bite at a time. I feel like the division's trying to eat the whole elephant in 1 year. The weather has been, we talked about the Pine Valley, why they reduced tags. The reason why deer increase or decrease is because of weather. They preach that to us every time I come here. Last year in December and January, when I was down and out and just needed a place to go, I went to the Beaver. For the first time in history, in my lifetime, I could drive to the Beaver, get out and walk, and there was no snow on the ground in December and January. Why isn't the weather factored in on the Beaver? Maybe it's time to pull out the Windex, clean off those big old sideboards, and start seeing what we see. I hope we don't recommend on the west or the east a whole bunch of tags. Thanks.
Curtis, thank you. Paul Marshall. He'll be followed by Logan Marshall.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight. And honestly, a lot of my questions have been answered. I thought the RAC, you guys asked some really solid questions. My concerns mainly for the Beaver East unit. I live in Minersville, lifelong resident. I've hunted, or Beaver West, I'm sorry, I said Beaver East, Beaver West. I'm a lifelong resident of Beaver County and enjoyed the good times and the bad. Our deer herd's not what it used to be. I don't think that's a secret to anybody. So I just want to clarify. I think we really don't have an idea how many deer are on the Beaver West. Is that fair? We don't know. Okay. I'll just be honest. I've run cameras as long as you could run cameras on that unit for the last 10 years. I spend countless hours during the summer scouting. I don't think I've seen 900 deer in 1 year on the Beaver West in 10 years. Okay, that's just me. But I mean, if I would have kept all my trail cam pictures, I could have showed you how doe numbers decreased, small bucks decreased. The big buck, I mean, the decent sized bucks haven't decreased significantly, although they have, but I don't get small bucks on trail camera like I used to. They're just not there. And so I really have a lot of heartburn over 900 permits on that unit. I actually have heartburn over 500 permits on that unit. I don't think there's 500 bucks on the Beaver West side. In fact, I know there's not. Now I realize we factor in success rates and all that. But what would happen if everybody just decided to shoot a buck? We would have no bucks over there. Then what? What would we do? Okay, the other comment that I have is that, like I said, I spend a ton of time there, summertime versus wintertime. I know the division's saying there's not a lot of movement. There's 5 times as many deer on the west side in November and December as there are on the east, as there are in August. The deer move. The deer come across I-15. They show up. They're there. They rut, and then they go back. Okay, that is a lot of deer's winter range. Now, I know a lot of deer also go south towards, Parowan, Paraguna, down in that area, but a significant number of deer cross the highway. I did not agree with you guys. I was here last time we had a RAC meeting. I did not agree with the reduction in buck-to-doe ratio. Didn't agree with the weapon change either, but you know what? I'm coming around to the weapon change thing. Still have a lot of heartburn over the buck-to-doe ratio thing. I know there's this big study out of BYU that gives us all this data. It's actually absolutely opposite of what every other state that surrounds us is doing. Every other state that surrounds us, the number of buck-to-does is actually increasing where we're decreasing. Just want to point that out. I have concerns about that. I don't know how to say this, but I'm going to question how the division is looking at research, because that BYU study, it was not published when we're making all of these decisions. It was in the review process. Okay, I realize the data's gathered, everything like that, but it still has to go through the review process to actually be considered a study. Now we're talking about doing a study where we have variables, and maybe I just don't understand the whole wildlife concept of this thing, but I've got a master's degree. I understand controls, and we're not looking at this through controlled lenses. And so I'm challenging the division on their research. Why are we doing it? If we're not going to follow standard, solid research principles, why are we basing our decisions on science? Because it's not science until it's actually approved.
Thanks, Paul.
One more thing.
Okay.
The RAC, just a question, public comment. I think we can generally say, I talked to 50 guys today in Beaver. Not one is in favor of the recommendations. As far as I know, the RAC's responsibility is to represent the public. The public does not want 900 permits on Beaver West. They don't want 1900 on Beaver East either. I'm just putting that out there. But they all agree that 900 is substantially too much on Beaver West. Now, as I say this, I'm cutting myself out of an opportunity to draw tag. Okay. If there were 900 permits, I'm almost guaranteed a permit on Beaver West. If we drop it down to 400, 350, which is kind of where I'm thinking, I probably won't draw a tag on that side. I'm okay with that because I want to see what happens. I want to see a true research project done, and I want to see in 4 years, do we have more deer? Is it beneficial? Does it give people a better opportunity to hunt? I'm all in on that now. Okay, that's where I'm at. Thank you for what you do. Thank the division for what they do. I know they have a hard job.
Thanks, Paul. Logan, Marshall? That's the last comment card I have, unless there's some more.
You'll probably be able to see the family resemblance here. I know I'm not a scientist. I only lasted about 1.5 years in the biology program here at SUU, but I did take a couple of classes that included studying the scientific method. And I have to say I'm a little bit disappointed on how this research period is beginning. It feels a little bit dramatic to me. One thing I do, or two things I should say, I do remember from those classes that I took is you have to control the variables you can control when you're researching something. I understand what Kevin was saying about the tags have to be variable to be able to control the buck to doe ratio. I do understand that that's the point you were trying to make. I feel like this is still dramatic. Much like my dad, I don't feel like we have enough deer to harvest the number of tags that they're recommending and still maintain that buck to doe ratio, especially when our herd is only recently on the come up. And I actually have a really hard time saying that it's on the come up. If we're studying restricted weapons, why are we allowing our margins to be so thin on managing this herd? The gentleman that was talking about research said he would have proposed a different number of tags had it been a non-restricted weapons unit. Well, then we're not really studying restricted weapons. We're already making assumptions, which I say is very dangerous. We need to treat it, to control it, like a regular unit, keep our tags conservative, and allow the restricted weapons to show what they can do. I was also opposed to this at the beginning. I'm starting to come around to it. I'm not quite what you'd call the most opportunistic hunter, but I do believe we need plenty of opportunity for everybody that wants it. I would urge the RAC to propose a more bridled tag increase closer to the figures that were proposed by other members that or other people that talked. No matter if you are an opportunity hunter or a trophy hunter, you can't believe that this is a good start to a research period, and you can't believe that this is going to be good for a deer herd. I say reduce it and urge the RAC to please propose to reduce it to save deer on this landscape. Thank you.
Thanks, Logan. We got one more comment card from Brian Johnson.
Brian Johnson, Cedar City, Utah. I'm going to go back to, there's been a lot of qualifications and notice today. I'm going to go back to, I'm the dumbest guy in the room. I'm good with it. You guys have got, I empathize with what you guys get to decide and what the board gets to decide. Understanding that this is a social issue. Everything you guys do is 85% social. You got $4 per 100 deer. You're going to breed them all. It don't matter. Okay. So the science of this is, it's just not a fun hunt. Like that's a terrible situation. No one wants it. So we can say that's there. I do think that you can get some valuable information on this research project by having less tags. The 500 that I've heard all the residents talk about instead of the 900, you can show with that you're killing less deer with this restrictive method. And I think that's kind of the point is sooner or later, they want to start giving more tags with restricted weapons. It's a general season hunt. I mean, most people just want to call their buddy and tell them how big their 2-point was they shot. Like the data shows it over and over and over again that people just want to tag. So I love the idea. I love that the division has gone out of their way and said, okay, let's try some different things. I think, and it sucks that it's in someone's backyard, but they have to have a place to do it. You know, they have to have a place that they can say, okay, we're going to peel this off. And I think that you guys can come up with a good compromise. You're all intelligent people up here. 900 seems to be a sticker shock to everybody. I think you can still get a lot of that data at 500 tags and just maybe land a little softer and make that a little more palatable for people to chew on. Thanks.
Thanks, Brian. All right, we'll close public comment and open it for RAC discussion. Anybody want to go first? I did have maybe a clarifying question. I need some help on the SFW proposal was for Fillmore Oak Creek limited entry for no increase, keep the same. On San Juan, that was San Juan limited entry, no change, which is below the 20% already, correct? And was not labeled as board action. Okay. Just wanted to confirm we weren't talking San Juan general. Hey, RAC discussion, Brian.
I'll start. I'm going to actually start with commenting the division before I kind of tear them down for some other things, in my opinion, that are wrong. Last week, ran into a government trapper in Marysville.
Hey, Brian, grab that microphone a little closer so YouTube doesn't yell at us.
Yeah, last week I ran into a government trapper in Marysville, and my brother did, and he just killed a cat that was up there killing a bunch of deer up behind Marysville. So I don't know if that was the division sending men on that, but good on whoever it was. With that said, 1,800 permits was the total for the Beaver and the Beaver West last year. They're increasing it by 900 tags. I think it's over 50% is what they're asking for. This is something new. when they went around the state last year, and first of all, they got this on the agenda because the division can put things on the agenda to see if they could have permission to just increase or decrease by a certain percentage without this going through the RACs. Well, what they've done by doing that was took the power away from the RACs to have any say on things. They can increase it 20% now every year. And for them to go and just do this the first year at 50% I think is totally wrong. At the very best, they should only be doing the 20% on the 1800, which puts it at 2160. They split the unit. If that part of the unit has less deer, that's the percentage they should put on that unit based off of however they're going to figure that. And put the rest of those 2160 tags, because that's what is allowed by the rules they got put in place last year when they pushed this through. And that's where the number should be. We can't be putting 900 tags on a unit that we don't even know what the effects are going to be yet. The beaver had big fires last year. All that vegetation did not grow back last year. Now this year's probably going to. They've reseeded a bunch, and that's probably going to come back better. The elk were eating some of the oak brush that were coming up last year. The deer are near areas they can go to feed right now. They're where there's some oak left, they're where there's different things that they can get into to feed. So that should react kind of like a drought situation where we have less habitat for our deer to eat. That should be in consideration. As you look at the Pine Valley, they're recommending not increasing tags. Yet what they sell us when they go around the state is that by decreasing bucks, we are going to increase does. Yet now they don't have as much feed on the Pine Valley. They don't want to kill the bucks. So they're doing just the opposite. Now, I'm not saying we should increase tags on the Pine Valley, but that's just showing what they're saying is opposite of what they sold. Saying that if we'll kill more bucks, we'll get more does, so we get more deer. So less habitat. Let's save the bucks on the Pine Valley, but on the beaver, they're going to do the opposite. The public, when I listen to some of you say, well, we've talked to 50 people, the public don't come to these meetings anymore because they're not listened to. Because this goes up to the north part of the state, and the north part of the state decides what the southern knows. Now, if I talk about East Canyon, which is on one of these slides or something, I would know nothing about that part of the state. The public is fed up with this, going through this way. And maybe it's going to come to a time where the legislature is going to have to act and give power back to these RACs, because that's what they were originally for. The Southern RAC should have more say in what happens in the southern region than somebody up in Logan that knows nothing about this place. And it's got to happen. I hear it all the time. I'm looking at all of you and I see head shaking. You know it's true. It'll be like what happened in our national politics, and the whole state will be fighting amongst each other until Southern people all do show up, and you have 1,000 people standing on your doorsteps at every meeting. It's happened before. They went to and stood on the Capitol building. They went several years ago, got it reduced to unit by unit, so maybe we could have something change there. But now the division has found ways to take away our power as RACs. And will let us increase 20% without any say. That's what they done last year. And it's wrong. And there's many more things we can get into. Got some notes here, but I think I've covered most of what I've heard, and I've heard a lot from people around the communities, but they won't come. Talked to a guy just before. He says it isn't going to do any good. So that's what I've got.
Thanks, Brian. Appreciate it. Any other RAC discussion?
So I'll take a stab at it. As Bryant alluded to, and some of the comments, or a lot of the comments I heard, and visiting with a few of the biologists, talking to them about, where our numbers are and things that in that statute. I think we're really, in my opinion, in talking to people, we're not listening a lot of the times of what we want versus what we need. What we want and what we need is two different things. And I hear we're managed socially a lot. I do agree that we need to listen to people, and, this is a public forum and a public comment, and that's what it's there for. What I don't believe in is somebody that gets their feelings hurt, and then we hear from them on these situations that they didn't see a big enough deer and they didn't do that, or they didn't get all this opportunity. And now we're managing socially because we want people to have opportunity. Prime example, and I just dissected a few of these units, and we've got the 20% rule in, and we do a restricted weapon hunt on the Boulder Caparowitz unit, and we increase the tags by a couple hundred tags. But we do the same thing on the Beaver West, and we up those by over 1,000. If you put the limited entry tags together, it's over 1,000 permits. So as Brian alluded, 50% difference. I believe we need to be a little bit more conservative, listening to the comments to the gentlemen and some of the feedback that we've got. That was what this was intended for. And when I came into here, that's what it was brought up for. And when I came into this position, we want your feedback. We want that. And to make some of these recommendations are very, very tough. And on these units, especially, and going through the night, you're going to hear from me from some of these other things of the way we manage and the way we manage different species, but primarily on general season deer, we're all over the board. We don't manage consistently. We manage socially. I've yet to see in 2 years something very consistent. Now we have an opportunity to be consistent, but say we come in way underneath this and now we go the other direction next year and we give out 200 permits. And then we go the next year and we give out 400. And I get what Kevin's saying, why we have to manage by buck to doe ratio, but this was an opportunity to manage a population. And I know that the mule deer plan is based off of buck to doe ratio, but I don't understand why we're trying to start so high. And we moved a lot of these numbers, and I've sat up here and I've preached opportunity. I do get that, but we have the perfect storm in some units. And as Brian said also, I don't know a hill of beans about the Cache unit. I lived in Logan. I never hunted up there. I drove all the way down to the Boulder in southern Utah to hunt. I didn't care to hunt up there. So for me to make a recommendation somewhere that I have no recollection on how it even is managed, shame on me for being in this position and not fulfilling my head with all that. But hence why we have our RACs. In my eyes, we have biologists that have specific units and probably multiple biologists that oversee these areas. So I feel like in my eyes, reading through some of the comments, looking at a lot of the data, my comments is we really need to come in very liberally on these units on the Beaver where we're starting on the east and west. One thing that guys maybe aren't going to look at in some of the comments that we talked, and it was rightfully so last year, it was brought up about what's the Forest Service going to do if we come into this area, these burn scars, and we start to flood out. I guess the sportsmen and the hunters have to take that account that it gets shut down, but now we've wiped out a lot of feed again. If we end up having monsoon season this year, things that we have no control over, but we do have some control over what we can recommend to the board, what the board can bring up and have a discussion about for our areas in these areas. So I feel like we need to be a little bit liberal, on those units. And I wish I would have really dug into this 20% rule. a little bit more last year. I probably would have thought about it just a little bit different when we made our recommendation here on where we could sway. I do believe there's some opportunity there, but I think we get into those 3,000 permit numbers in some of these units, and it can be a drastic jump in one direction or the other without consideration of where we're at. It's just a move or a change in one direction very drastically. So
Thanks, Mike. Tammy.
I'm no scientist. I'm just a farmer and a rancher, but I don't think anybody spends any more time on the ground, boots on the ground, than Paul and I and his family and Braden and these guys, some of these local people. I've been on the RAC now for 6 years on my way out. Mike, we had a conversation, I don't know when you came, but we were complaining 5 and 6 years ago that the deer herd's gone in beaver. I mean, and we preached that for 3 years until we finally got some counts that said the deer herd had dropped, the deer herd was gone. And, you know, I have deer on my fields. I'd 10 times rather see deer than a damn elk or horses or anything else. But we do love our deer, and it's a social thing. But I grew up hunting my entire life and seeing the big herds in the sagebrush, the rolling hills, statewide. I mean, my mother, my family were on the sheep rocks, and that's where we always hunted deer. And I can remember 2 weeks before the deer hunt, and you just dream every night you close your eyes of these deer herds. You know, there's just deer everywhere. The whole mountain's moving. And when I moved to Minersville in '83, there was the exact same thing. There was deer everywhere. And I don't know exactly what the whole, I think the cats, in my opinion, the only good cat's a dead cat, but I think the cats were there. I think that elk moved in. I think they are hard on the deer. Those are the things that I see. I mean, I'm out there feeding cows. The cows and the deer get along just fine. Cows and elk don't get along good. But I think somebody told me we've got a lot of those big fires. We lost a lot of deer in that Milford Flat fire, and the deer herd never really came back after that Milford Flat fire. And we've got the big giant fires that was on my allotment on, you know, everybody calls it the Bald Hills or whatever, you know, and the deer herd never came back in. And half of that problem, I blame on, you know, they won't let us graze it enough to get it down. We've got all this decadent grass. I mean, it's beautiful reseed, but the elk have moved in. We have giant stands of crested wheatgrass that the deer don't touch. I mean, they don't even, it's not a nice big green pasture or meadow or whatever that they can come in. You guys are right on the drought. I mean, we're drilling wells and trying to put water in on our big allotment. The only water on that whole allotment is what we haul ourselves. And I'm not seeing a deer. I think we're coming back. It's rebounding a little bit, but very, very small. And I was mortified when I saw those numbers. Nothing against you. I appreciate your science and I appreciate all of that part. But like everybody in Minersville and Milford, anybody else that I've talked to, they're just like, what in the hell are they thinking about coming back like that? Excuse my French, I'm allowed to swear. So that's just me. I have a permission slip. Anyway, I think I don't like the increase whatsoever. I think of 500 is way too much as well, as far as I think too. So,
Thanks, Tammy. I'll make a few comments. Just if my notes are clear, at our meeting, this RAC passed no automatic increases like it was proposed at 30%, and we did pass that unanimously. We didn't want to see that without going through the RAC process. That was changed at the board level, the recommendation from 30% automatic adjustments down to 20%, which is what we were left with, and that passed 3-2 at that board meeting. So that's a little bit of our history of our RAC. Now, the RAC as a whole, to speak to Brian's point, I mean, we've asked the division to do their jobs and do them the best they can. And that's the science, and that's the models, and that's the research. And that's a lot more boots on the ground than most of us spend out collaring and catching and doing everything. But it is up to us, if we're going to make this process work, to decide on the social. And like you say, it is adjusting the buck permit numbers on the beaver, in my opinion, going to save or kill a deer herd? No, it's probably not. But it is going to affect hundreds of hunters on their experience on that hunt. Tradition, experience, trophy quality, opportunity, all of those mixed in, that's really all we can decide on as a RAC. And we each represent either a group, an organization, individuals, and hunters. And as we represent them, we say, what experience are they asking us to have? So in the interest of time, I would say our RAC, the best thing we can do is make a definitive motion based on the overwhelming feedback we've got on the beaver unit specifically, and some of these other ask for no increase. Make our motion, stand behind it, however the vote lands, and pass it to the wildlife board. That's really what we can do, and that's the best thing for us to do here. And see what the wildlife board is listening. We've got a pretty small wildlife board right now. 2 members are listening to us, so I appreciate all of your comments, but let's make a motion and we can separate it out on units or generals, and let's go. Of course, Tammy, you want to make a motion? If there's no other discussion, let's do it. Then we can discuss other.
I do want to say to Paula, I'm hoping that you represent the southern unit like we do, because sometimes that doesn't happen. We vote one way and the message gets back to the board with total opposite. So I would like to propose that, I don't know, 350 or 400 tops on the west beaver.
50 or 400.
Yeah.
350. That might be the only time we ever agree.
Nothing on the no beaver east change. So your motion applies only to the beaver west.
Beaver west, and I would keep the beaver east at 1,800. I think that's even too much.
1,800 is where the entire unit was before. The proposal is 1,900 for the beaver east.
Yeah, I think you peel that down too. I would say, so if we did 350, and what about 1,600?
Is that your motion? 1,600 on
I don't do
beaver
math
east?
fast in my head. Sorry, I'm just looking at my numbers.
That'd be 1,950 total. That'd be an overall increase of 150 on the unit
Yeah.
combined. Okay, so Tammy makes a motion. Do we have a second on the motion for 350 general season tags for Beaver West, 1,600 on Beaver East general season? We have a second from Bryant. Any discussion needed on this motion? Chuck?
Yeah, so I'm thinking, sorry. Are we going to break up everything, or just the beaver? If we're only breaking out the beaver, can we say everything else is, we accept everything is proposed except for the beaver, and this is what we want, or we have other changes people want to make?
There are a
If we
few
make other
other
changes.
outstanding ones. If we wanted to discuss like the SFW's recommendation, a few other things came up. So we could run this motion through as beaver and then either pass another motion to accept the rest or continue to break up the ones that needed to be
Right.
broken.
I'm just trying to be efficient.
I appreciate it. Brian, do you have discussion on?
So, I seconded Tammy's motion, but I got a question. Are we even allowed to drop it below the 20% at this point anymore?
As far as I understand, when it's highlighted yellow for board action, it can go anyway, up, down, below. Yeah. It's on the
Well,
table.
I'll stick with my motion then,
Sounds good.
with her motion.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Any other discussion needed on the motion? Perfect. Let's vote on the motion for the Beaver East and West general season permit allocations. All those in favor of Tammy's motion here in the room, raise your hand. Okay, and online, got a hand raised from Riley, Bart, Verland, and Chad. Okay, so we've got 10 in favor. All those opposed? 1 opposed. Motion passes 10-1. Brooklyn, would you like to speak to your vote?
We're constantly like managing public opinion and all of the different variables and things. And I think that it comes back to, we trust these people to do the science, and I trust the division and their determination. And I think that we do have a lot of public involvement in this case, and I do appreciate it, especially at public agencies. We get a lot of public involvement, and I do like it, but I do think that we do trust these people with the science and again, with all of the variables and things, and I don't want to make that decision, and I'm grateful that they're willing to do it. So I trust them.
Thank you, Brooklyn. Okay, I'll entertain another motion. So this is deer. Only approve the beaver general season. So we need all the limited entry and the rest of deer changes. Any other motions? Bryant?
I'll make a motion that we approve the rest of the recommendations with SFW's recommendation to not increase the San Juan and the Oak Creek.
Okay, we've got a motion to approve the remainder of the deer permit recommendations with the exception of no increases on limited entry San Juan Elk Ridge and Fillmore Oak Creek limited entry. No increases from the 2024 numbers.
I'll second that.
Tammy has a second on Brian's motion. Bart, did you have a question on the motion?
Nope, that was accidental.
Okay. Kevin, how are we doing on writing that motion out?
Okay, so let me read it back to you.
That'd be great.
Okay, so I've written the motion down this way. To approve the remainder of the deer permit recommendations with the exception of no increases on the Oak Creek and San Juan limited entry permit numbers over last year.
That's correct. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any discussion needed on this motion? This would close out deer permit recommendations, Chuck. If we pass this one. Okay, I think we're ready for a vote. All those in favor of this motion, raise your hand. And online, I've got 4 online. Okay, all those opposed? Motion carries 10-1. Chuck, would you like to speak?
Now I'm Brooklyn for a minute. I think I could see the beaver. There was a lot of public input on that, and as a Forest Service rep, I usually only get involved, or I try not to get involved personally. I try to get involved and represent the Forest Supervisor and 8 different biologists, and so we get involved when habitat's being damaged, we think, or when the resource is being damaged, we think there's a big impact to the resource. So we don't typically get involved. I think the beaver one was kind of a different one. There was so much of the public that said, hey, this is not a good idea. We don't like it. I could have gone either way with that one actually, but this one with the San Juan and the Oak Creek, I just don't see why we wouldn't do that. Why we wouldn't trust the biologist to make a decision there. So that's where I'm sitting on.
Thanks, Chuck. Brian?
Can I just speak to what we just done a little bit in a hurry? And when I'm talking, anyone that's seen this probably knows that we kind of bucked our back because we felt like this got pushed entirely too far. There needs to be work done, and we need to be listened to on this half of the state or down in this region about what goes on in our areas, because I expect this will go to the Wildlife Board, and that's who I'm speaking to right now. And the Wildlife Board is rubber stamping whatever comes through, in my opinion, and so are the other RACs. If you listen, there was very little in the last 2 talk about the beaver, and so somewhere we need to get together and actually manage and be on the same page, but listen to the people from these areas, because what Mr. Marshall and Mr. Marty said, it's the same thing that people I've known my whole life see every day. that are in those areas every day. And for the northern region and the central region to tell us how our deer herd should be managed is wrong. And that's where this needs to change, the RAC thing. And whoever has the power to do that, to where we all can start working on things, the better.
Thanks, Brian. I just want to speak to one thing on that. As RAC members, we're volunteers, right? So we need to hear from the public. And why SFW made a couple of recommendations on specific units. That wasn't just an idea thought up 5 minutes ago, right? They asked their chapter presidents. They collected feedback. They formulated all of this. And so, yeah, the comment only took maybe 90 seconds, but it's important to us. And it's no different than any member of the public sending an email to the RAC, submitting comment, say, I don't like permit number X. Please listen and change. And come here and stare us in the face and hold us accountable for making a motion and trying to get something passed. That's the only way the process is going to work. I've never personally hunted the Monroe. I don't know how many permits should be there, but if members will come and submit their comment and show up, we need it. Otherwise, like Brian said, this doesn't work. So appreciate everybody who came tonight. Tammy?
I want to say kind of the same sort of thing. I do have friends occasionally, and in a political world, that's not easy to say sometimes, but people know where my heart is, you know, and I love livestock. I love the wildlife. I love all of this stuff. I want the resources protected. That's where my fight is. Even the DNR guys, I mean, we've been in little bloodbaths over things in the state legislature and different things, but we all have a good intent. I thought my kids were going to lynch me when I went home and told them I'm buying all my grandkids a 30-30 and we're hunting on the Beaver West. They're like, you are nuts. And I says, that's how I learned how to hunt. I'm tired of these kids thinking that the only thing they can hunt with is a scope. Now I'm too blind to hunt open sites anymore, unless it's standing right in front of me. But even then it's hard. But I've got them excited about it. I mean, my boys were archery hunters, you know, all the time that they were kids. So now they're going to teach their kids archery. And my son-in-law killed a nice bull out on the Frisco last year with a, I can't remember what caliber gun. Anyway, in the hams unit. He was so proud of himself. He says, that's not a bad idea. So I don't want to always be picking on the division, but you know, sometimes just most of the time. So anyway, but in general, they do a pretty good job.
Thank you, Tammy. So that ends agenda item number 5. Appreciate that. We've been out this 2 hours. We're going to take a 9-minute break and start here at 7:05 with Once in a Lifetime. Thanks. Welcome back to Cedar City, Utah from SUU. We are going to begin with agenda item number 6 on tonight's April 15th agenda. This is a once-in-a-lifetime permit recommendations. And we have Mr. Rusty Robinson, our once-in-a-lifetime coordinator. Bring us in, Rusty. Tell us where we're at.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I don't have any updates or points of clarification, so I'm happy to answer questions or proceed however you would wish.
Thank you, Rusty. We'll open it for RAC questions on once-in-a-lifetime permit recommendations. Questions for Mr. Rusty? I have a question.
Sure.
How are the sheep doing on Wasatch Front, Rocky sheep?
Initially we thought the sky was falling. I think we've, received reports and gone to the carcasses and tested them. I think around 6 sheep at this point. But we haven't had as many people as are in the hills turkey hunting and shed hunting. Right now, we actually haven't had a report in over a month. And so we're cautiously optimistic right now. But, and all those mortalities were towards the southern end of the unit between Springville and Rock Canyon, basically. So for now, it's isolated. We're not seeing additional reports, but time will tell how that herd ends up.
I have a question, Rusty. We speak to, I'll call it the alternate list, those that may be contacted who would have been next up to draw. Assuming a permit is surrendered for whatever reason, you would contact the next person in line. We also have the option, if you decide to do an emergency type hunt, to utilize that same alternate list. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Can you tell me if that list is separated into 2 draws, those who would have drawn a bonus permit versus who would have drawn a random permit?
That's probably a better question for, Lindy's got her hand raised. She'll tell you exactly. Thanks, Lindy.
Lindy.
Yeah. Hey, guys. So no, it is not divided out in between bonus point round versus the regular round because it's redone again. When we redo the draw, everyone gets new numbers through the regular side. So they're back into the regular draw. However, we do see a lot of people that have high points go first through the alternate list because they have more points, so they get more chances to get a low draw number.
Thanks, Lindy.
So Lindy, it stays in the same order as it would be in the draw, correct?
Yep.
In the random side of the draw.
In the random side of
Gotcha.
the draw. Yep.
Is essentially my question. If half the permits go to guys with the most points, right? And then the guy who is right below that max point holder doesn't get the call. It gets sent to a random guy, correct?
I suppose it would, yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? Right.
In regards to the Escalante, split it east-west. Is the majority of the sheep, have you done a flight lately? Is the majority of the sheep on the east, or why is the difference in numbers east to west? Is it to the area?
Yes, we flew that at the end of 2023. And, for a few years before that, we kept hearing that we've got a disproportionate amount of hunters that are hunting that west side compared to the number of sheep there. And they're maybe over harvesting that west side because it's easier. It's an easier hunt. And our last flight, I believe we counted 35 rams on the east side and 14 on the west. And so this is an effort to try to distribute those hunters east and west based on the proportion of available rams.
And second part to that, I see we've got 2 non-resident tags on that unit now. I thought we were at like 1 tag for non-residents for 10% of the tags. Is that right?
So last fall, we took around a little proposal when we introduced the season dates and made those recommendations that we would maybe revamp the way we allocated resident and non-resident permits. And so the way we did it in the past, if a hunt had 5 permits, that rounded to 10. And so that would equal 1 non-resident tag, even though there's only 4 resident tags. And so really it was 20% of those permits were going to non-residents on certain hunts where it was a lot of, 5, those type of hunts. And so at the same time, I was getting calls from non-residents saying, hey, I realize I'm a non-resident, but I'm also a constituent. I've got 26 points and it doesn't really help me that much because there's not any sheep hunts with a bonus pool. And so we put our heads together and thought up a way that would be fair, that we could allocate a true 10% and also give the non-residents some bonus pools to apply for. And so now what we do is we take the total number of permits on a given species, and we put non-resident permits on fewer units. So it's a true 10%, but it's spread over fewer hunts. And so and the idea is that we'll have, every place we can, we'll have 2 permits so that there's a bonus tag available for those max point holders and help them get through the point system.
Would it be possible to put the non-resident permits all in one pool? Give 50% of the non-resident permits to the ones with the highest points like we do. And the other 50%, but just have them go down, and whoever drew the highest number get to choose which sheep unit they go into first until they're all out. That way it gives them, and I've said that before, because you could do that in a lot of different species. But
Just so I understand, you're saying
basically, if you just combined all your non-resident tags for, let's say, beaver elk, then your max point holders can draw out, because 50% of them would go, but they'd choose, well, like what weapon type and
Gotcha.
go on according to where they come out in the draw on down. And then if they didn't want the tag because it's an archery tag that's left, I guess they could turn it back, but it would give those max point holders an option. And with your sheet and 2 non-residents, like on the Escalante, there's only 11 total tags there or something, right? And
yeah, well, 10 between east and west, but yes, 7 on the east.
anyway, you could only have 1 non-resident tag there, and it would still do what they're complaining about, not their points not doing.
No, that's an interesting idea. We can take a look at. And I know we've got an internal point system committee, and that's something that we can add to our agenda and discuss that in that committee for sure. Thank you.
Any other questions? Questions from the public on this agenda item? Have one? You can come up to the center microphone.
Can I go to the podium?
No, you cannot go to the podium.
This is way more intimidating in this sense. I got a couple of questions. It's not on. I'd love to use it, but now I'm going to have to go to the podium.
Do we have the mic on? It's on.
All right.
Here, our test.
Great.
You are testing us.
Yeah, I had a few questions. One, I've heard, Rusty, I've heard you a couple times now, and I just want to clarify this because I'm going to talk out of both sides of my mouth here real quick. There were some things that happened in the last legislative session against non-residents, and I'm not real happy about. I don't like the idea of targeting non-residents, and I'm a non-resident in a lot of places I hunt, so I don't want to be treated that way by other states. Having said that, my understanding is that wildlife are a trust of the state. And so when we refer to non-residents as constituents, is that a fair definition?
I don't have a Webster's dictionary in front of me, but they are people that pay their way, so to speak, and they at least have an opinion, if not a say.
Okay.
Yeah.
But they don't have any entitlement to our wildlife, and Utah residents do. So I get nervous about this. Well, I'll save that for a comment. Another question I have is, in the current plan, do we have any methods identified? Okay, so let me maybe back up. First question is, hey, it's about time to kick him out. Do we have, my understanding is with disease outbreaks among sheep, it's overwhelmingly due to wandering sheep, which is overwhelmingly the juvenile rams that like to wander when your populations get too high. Is that a correct statement?
That's correct. There are some data that indicate that a lot of the wandering is due to those 4- and 5-year-old rams that want to breed, and maybe the breeding opportunity isn't there because there's more mature rams on the unit that would that would beat them up. And so they go looking for greener pastures.
Okay, so here's my question, and it's two parts. One, when we're in the middle of a disease outbreak, and two, when we're trying to prevent a disease outbreak, do we have anything in the current management plan that deals with that?
Not necessarily. The one thing that we've tried to do in the past is if we have a wandering ram, we've tried to call hunters from, and it's not even always on a sheep unit. So it's hard to figure out what alternate list to choose from. But we've done that in the past, and it's challenging at times because it's hard to find somebody that wants to shoot a 3 or 4 year old ram. But we've tried to do it anytime we can. We'd like for hunters to be able to participate in that. So that would be the only thing that we've done. And we're going to reconvene the sheep committee this year. And I think there's been enough comments and questions about that would be definitely something we would discuss putting in the plan for the future.
Okay, and I think you answered my third question. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Any other questions from the public? All right, we'll go to summarize public comment.
We only had 2 people comment on this. One was somewhat agreed or somewhat disagreed, and the other one strongly agreed. The one written comment was in relation to the question on allocation of resident and non-resident tags, similar to the question to what's been expressed here.
Perfect. We'll open up the public comment. I have 2 comment cards. First one is John Bear. He'll be followed by Braden Richmond.
I'll probably earn that. That's okay. John Bear, representing SFW. I appreciate the opportunity to address the RAC. I must say this about Rusty. Of all the division employees, he's the one I disagree with the least. So good job, Rusty. As far as sheep goes, we would ask that just to kind of keep the conversation going and keep it in the public record, we would ask the division to continue to look for ways to provide opportunity, whether it's cull hunts on units that are sick. I watched a bunch of rams that I have been watching for years there above Springville tip over dead this year. If there's any way we can get hunters on those, like Rusty said, and I know Lindy's probably grinding her teeth listening to me right now, but it's tough. But if there's any way we could get people to burn those once in a lifetime points, we need to do it. When we have these wandering rams, when there's places with overpopulation of rams, even though they may not be trophy rams, if there's a way we could get guys to and gals to burn those points on those sheep rather than just let them wander and bring back disease and all the problems that they can have with them. Let's find ways to do that. So we would just ask that the board and the division continue to have those discussions and find ways to get people out in the field. Not everybody is dead set on, a 180 ram. A lot of people would just love the opportunity to look down their open sight 30-30 at a sheep of any kind. So let's find some ways to do that.
Thanks, John. Braden?
Yeah, I've got 2 comments, Braden Richmond. I have 2 comments on this agenda item. I think one is well inside the agenda. The other one is probably just asking for some future discussion, but I don't know a better time that you can do it when you're inside of the agenda. So the first one I asked in the question, I get nervous when we're starting to see non-residents take a disproportionate percentage of tags, and sheep are really difficult. There's so few of tags. I totally hear the complaint, understand the complaint of we'd like to see a preference tag in there, but it shouldn't be to the detriment of residents. It shouldn't be ever. I would like to look at and propose in a future plan that we look at doing what some other states are doing, which is here's the total amount of sheep tags. Doesn't matter which unit they go to. Once you run out of non-resident sheep tags, they're gone, and that way it would afford preference points. And so you take the whole and where they apply, you just pull that off of the top as they burn tags. I'm sure Austin can speak to this much better than I can and could help on that. So just that would be my recommendation there. It makes me very uncomfortable that we're giving a disproportionate percentage to non-residents on sheep at the detriment to a resident. The second one I have is with the sheep committee coming up soon, just a couple of things I'd really like them to look at. I think there's two ways that I think we can deal with some of these disease events better. There are thousands of people that would shoot a juvenile ram. And Lindy, I know it's hard. I know it's difficult. Here would be my proposal on that. And I think you take lessons from other people and you teach, it goes both ways. If you look at New Mexico, when you apply for a unit or a species, a checkbox comes up and says, would you be willing to do a depredation hunt? These hunts may be challenging. They may be for a lesser animal, and you may be required to shoot the first animal you see. My daughter drew one of those tags for oryx, and in the orientation they told her, you will shoot a calf if that's the first thing we see. We want them dead, period. Well, that's a tough pill to swallow on oryx. Fortunately, we didn't see calf first, but that was the instruction, and that was the understanding. So I think there's ways to do this and pre-qualify that list, so when you start making the calls, they don't say, I don't want to burn my points for a juvenile ram, and then or a sick ram. And then I would also ask to let's look at some alternative methods to how we limit the ram populations on these units so we don't have wandering juveniles. And that's very tricky and challenging, but that's what the sheep committee is for, to solve those problems. Thanks.
Thanks, Braden. All right, that's all I had for public comment. So we'll open it up for RAC discussion. Mike, you got something?
Yeah, just looking through these and hearing these comments, I do agree with this, a lot of that, as Braden alluded to, the non-resident tag being detrimental to the resident tag. I think that's something we need to look at and something we should address through the sheep committee, and have this alternate process. When we were talking about it and Braden brought it up, I noted it down here. I've seen these other states that have a checkbox in there if you're willing to be an alternate, and here is what you're sacrificing in the alternate. It's a very easy, in my eyes, it seems very easy to me for a check in the box. You signed a disclaimer when you check that box, and your opportunity is for a depredation or something, and the division knows where these sheep are at, or where they're pinpointed and located. Get them on it and get these people on them, get them to where they need to be. And these are the sheep that need to be taken out of the herd. Not, we can't just go willy-nilly shooting a bunch of rams, but we knew where these sheep were at, and up above Springville and some of these areas that you went up and picked up after they died. So I think we could look at something in that aspect in order to manage these sheep herds this way, with disease control. And the wandering juveniles also, they get wandering and we know where they're at. We can put people on them. We can give them a location of where they're at, and this is what you're supposed to take. I think that's something that we could look at and address with the sheep committee, and have the division look at that through the sheep committee and identify some of these possibilities.
Any other comments? RAC discussion? Brian?
Just in regards to the non-resident tags, and I don't know if we can recommend any adjustments on those, but I do agree that those should go to residents. I want the non-residents to have an opportunity, but 2 tags on a 10 tag unit or an 8 tag unit to non-residents, when sheep are as valuable as they are to those who put in for them, takes away from the residents' opportunity. So,
thanks. I'll make a few comments on that. Non-residents, it does get a little messy, and it's a product of the draw, and that's where I don't know, you could even change it in the sheep plan. It would be changing the entire way Utah conducts the draw. Now we are going to a new draw vendor soon, but I don't believe the draw sequence is set to change. But simply put, I should say, is 50-50. When you get 50% of your permits, the guys with most points, and 50 random, that complicates it. So if you did do a species as a whole, say non-residents can draw up to 10% of all sheep tags, it could be all 5 sheep tags in Escalante East could go to non-residents under that scenario. And we'd have residents saying the same thing. Well, I wanted to hunt and non-residents took them all. I know that's after the draw, but there's some things we'd have to figure out there. How many choices do you accept? Right now, I commend Rusty for what he did, trying to figure it out. Now, I don't want to see the total number of non-residents be higher than 10%, which it is not. Under the current quota, we would have 9 hunts available for non-residents if it was max of 1 tag per hunt. Now, non-residents are cut to only 5 that they can apply for. Yes, some of those have 2 permits, so it looks disproportionately, but we're from Utah, so we're used to looking at a hunt code by itself as a hunt code, and only that hunt code, because that's the hunt I want. Where if we changed it to follow more like in New Mexico or in Arizona, where it's the species as a whole, you draw up to your quota. Every state does it different. Montana does it by region. They group a whole region together to try to get 10 tags, and then they'll give 1 to a non-resident. Wyoming does it by unit, and they honestly make up the numbers in a lot of these because there's just not enough permits to go around. So this is a totally different approach. It hurts the non-residents that don't have many points because they just lost half their permits. They're going to go to guys that have been waiting the length. But without non-resident funding, I don't know that any of this would be happening. So are they constituents? We can argue about that later, but they are the funding source for a lot of DWR and what we're able to do. So if we want to change the entire draw, I think we're going to have to point at Lindy for that. And I'd be all on board with changing something there, but I don't think that could be just for sheep or just for goat. It's too small of numbers to mess with.
I'm just going to say maybe this isn't the time to deal with it, but I do think that there's some ways to look at it that would work for non-residents and be fair to 10% and how we distribute them and that, but we've got to get creative with it. But to the resident who's been putting in for this sheep unit their whole life, and then all of a sudden there's 10 tags and 2 of them are going to a non-resident, they're going to be a little sour about that too.
Looks bad.
And I don't know that we need to change it tonight. I just want to talk about it. So.
I think it needs to be talked about for sure, especially on these species that are such a big deal. Tammy.
On the non-residents, what's a percentage of applicants and whatever that are non-resident compared to the residents?
I don't have those numbers in front of me. Lindy, do you?
Are you just wanting for sheep?
Yes.
Or like overall? Okay, let me pull it up real quick.
Let's just stay on one species. I can't keep them straight anyway.
Okay, let me pull it up real quick. Hold on.
And while she's looking that up, I actually crunched some numbers last night, and it took a lot of work, so I'd like to be able to share them if I can. If we're talking total permits, I looked at the old way we used to do things, and under the old way, this year we would have issued 49 non-resident permits across all once-in-a-lifetime species. Under the new way, it's 48 permits. So it's not a big change. The residents do gain 1 permit overall. The big change comes in the number of units with a non-resident tag. We would go from 41 to 22. So non-residents would have 22 options to put in for instead of 41. And the biggest difference is under the old system, they would have 6 bonus pools across all once-in-a-lifetime hunts. But under this system, they have 18. So that tripled the amount of hunts where they have a bonus permit available. So
Rusty, if you'll send me that, I will put it on my fridge with a magnet and a gold star so you get the recognition there.
Thank you. That's all I'm looking for, Kevin. Appreciate it.
Quick question on that. Is that because of the new legislation? Or
No,
is
this
totally-
has nothing to do with it. We
Okay.
introduced this last fall. This was an answer. Yeah, I was getting feedback from the board and other places that we were issuing, too high of a percentage on some hunts and some species. And then I was getting it from non-residents as well. So this was just an effort to try to be fair to both sides best I could and try to create a win-win situation.
I'll just tell you, Rusty, I'm a non-resident in a lot of places, and I do appreciate them when they keep things kind of the same so you can understand what you're doing. And some of the things that happened with pricing this year, I'm glad they didn't go as far as they were. So,
yeah.
Thanks, Brian. Lindy?
Okay, so we definitely have a lot more non-residents applying for sheep than we do residents. Last year we had 12,700 non-residents apply for desert and only 8,600 residents. And that's the same for Rocky. It's about the same numbers. So we have more non-residents applying for the sheep.
Thanks, Lindy. And part of that product is non-residents can apply for all species, right? Anything they got $16 for, they can apply for.
Correct, yeah.
They can't draw them all, but they can only draw one. But we do take their money on all of them. I think the bigger thing to point out for me, Brian, on this is a product of setting hunts and hunt codes before we set permit numbers. And we've dealt with this for how long I've been alive. So we're setting we're setting hunt codes in November with guesstimates, we'll say, secret numbers on if there's going to be how many permits will be there. Could there be a non-resident? And then we tell the non-residents you can apply for this hunt before we even get to this meeting. And the perfect example, a lot worse than the sheep, is the bison hunt on Book Cliffs. We decided there's only one hunt that a non-resident can apply for. And so now out of 10 tags, half of those are going to go. 5 of them go to a non-resident, 5 go to resident. It's a 50-50 split, but it's because it doesn't exceed their quota of 10% overall as a species, but we stuck them on one hunt. So they're all going to show up on that one hunt. So we're kind of stuck with that as long as we set hunts before we set permits. Russ?
So on these points, for a non-resident, if they apply for each species and they get a point, then they move to Utah, do they keep those points?
They do. Yeah. So they weren't able to start applying for all species until 16 years ago. So they've got 16 points is the max they could have for all species. If they have more than 16, they'll have one once in a lifetime and one limited entry that'll be higher than that in the 20s or 30 point level. And yes, when they do move to Utah and gain residency, they retain their points, but now they have to select which species they apply for.
That don't seem right, but that's the way it is.
Okay, any other discussion, or we can entertain a motion on this agenda item? Summarizing what we've talked about, there hasn't been any recommendations or comments to change permit numbers that I have seen. And mostly an ask from a couple comments to include a direction, I would say, to look at more opportunities for depredation, coal hunts, those sort of things. Anything else? Brian? Let's make a motion, Brian.
Make a motion to pass it as it is.
We have a motion from Brian to accept as presented. And a second from Tammy.
You don't want them to address any of the comments in the sheep committee?
I think they'll be addressed regardless of whether
Okay.
we say it or not. It's already on the radar screen.
Okay.
All right, let's vote. All those in favor of Brian's motion here in the room, raise your hand. And unanimous here in the room. And I've got 4 votes online, unanimous. Passes as presented. Thank you, Rusty. And everybody. Okay, we'll go on to agenda item number 6, Elk Permit Recommendations for 2025. Just to be clear, Dax, the 30% that went to 20% on changes, that is for deer only, for everyone's clarification.
Deer only.
So buck, pronghorn permits, elk permits, once a lifetime, those are all on the table for RAC discussion.
With the exception of general season elk permits for spike and any bull are set in the plan. So the only general season elk permits we're voting on tonight would be that early youth, draw, any bull hunter's choice permits. I probably butcher the name every time, but that early September draw hunt for youth for the any bull units, and then the Uinta Basin private lands any bull permits. The general season spike, general season archery, and the general season early season any bull permits are set in the plan. But everything else, yep. Let's vote on them. Let's talk about it. This represents second year worth the second year's recommendations under the new elk plan, and kind of excited of how things are developing and happy to answer any questions, help facilitate a good discussion.
Any questions from the RAC?
Yeah, I'm looking at the hams hunt. We have you're recommending 140 September archery, or 140 September archery and hams, so 70 archery, 70 hams. Have you getting some feedback on how do they feel about that hams hunt?
Yeah, we've gotten pretty positive feedback on the hams hunts. For years, folks said in a lot of other states we hunt, archery elk hunting typically is month of September, includes usually the peak of the rut, which is typically, mid-September, later September. And for a lot of years in Utah, for whatever reason, just the way things evolved with how we started hunting elk in Utah, we haven't had, month-long September archery elk hunts. So that is one thing that has had a pretty positive response on those hams units. And then in Utah, we definitely seem to have an appetite for get creative with weapons types. That probably started with the hams, which is an acronym, stands for handgun archery, muzzleloader, shotgun, and straight walled rifle cartridges. And now we have the restricted weapons. So we definitely seem to have an appetite for diverse weapons in Utah and challenging ourselves in different ways. But yeah, the feedback generally on those hunts has been pretty positive. We've seen pretty good success rates and yeah.
Dex, is there an appetite to increasing the late limited entry archery elk hunts, and why so inconsistent across the board? Some units have had increases last 2 years and some don't.
Yeah. So when we redid the elk plan, we have this essentially December archery hunt, which is notoriously a pretty tough time to hunt elk with a bow. Usually you've got crusty snow, that type of thing. Bulls are usually in some pretty remote places on a lot of units. Can be a difficult hunt. It's interesting. That was our, and Lindy will correct me if I get this wrong, but I think that was one of our hunts that we had the most turnback tags on, were folks who drew a limited entry, one of those late December archery limited entry elk hunts. And I don't know if they got confused when they put in thinking they were put in for the earlier one, or when they got really thinking about how hard it might be to get on an elk later, they turned back in. So we did have a lot of folks that turned those back in proportionally more so than our other limited entry elk permits. And success rate was pretty variable. We had relatively high success on a few hunts, and then some units, I think we had almost no harvest. The idea behind that hunt was hunters would probably be less selective just because of the timing and the difficulty. And so we could issue more permits for folks that were up to the challenge without having a big impact on harvesting more bulls. And this is one where we don't have real clear guidance in the plan as to exactly how many permits biologists should issue. With our limited entry permits, our standard limited entry permits, we have an age objective where we manage to an average age of harvested bulls. These were kind of a feel it out and see how it works type of thing. So but I did ask the biologists to sit down and look at this and fill it out and see if they felt comfortable giving more opportunity. Some of them did, some of them didn't, probably for a variety of reasons, but there's not a specific metric in the plan that drives how many of these permits we offer. So that there's probably some variability. Maybe some of it's just, how the harvest went or biologist comfort level or what kind of feedback they're receiving in their local units on these.
Thanks. Tammy, did you have a question?
Not really.
Don't feel compelled to ask one.
I think it was more of a comment than it was a question. I think it was the same question I had on the deer though, was what's your breakdown between archery, muzzleloader, and rifle? Is it the same split?
It's slightly different split. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think we do traditionally on the units, it's 25% archery, 15% muzzleloader. with the remainder in any legal weapon seasons.
So the 25 archery includes your late season too?
Those are kind of
Those are
separate above
extra.
and beyond. Yeah. And we don't count the ages of those animals towards as part of our objective either. So those are pretty separate.
Any other questions? Mike? Go ahead, Ryan.
Go ahead, Brian, then I'll go.
Just to the hams hunts, is that kind of a trial to see how that goes with the elk, or are you guys looking at putting those on some other units in the future?
As of right now, when we went through the elk plan revision, we designated the units we'd be doing the hams hunts on. And so, yeah, right now there's not any plan to expand that. It doesn't mean it couldn't be done in the future, but right now.
When does that elk plan come back up?
So like I said, we just did it a couple years ago. We did put in, and it's a 10-year plan, but we did put in the plan that we do a mid-plan review after the first 3 years. So after the 2025 season, so next summer, we'll do our first mid-plan review.
Mike? Got it. All right, questions from the public? Do you have any? Okay, we're gonna summarize public comment. If you have a comment card for this agenda item, let's get it up here. And Kevin will give us a summary of public comment.
Split right down the middle, but with no fence sitters on this. We had 2 people strongly agree and 2 people strongly disagree. The comments were more on the explaining why they disagreed. One relative to the permit increase on the Southwest Desert, and the other one was more a comment about the bull to cow ratio being out of balance on the boulder. So I'm not quite sure how to interpret that in this setting. So, but that's what the comment was.
Okay, thank you. Do we have one comment card for agenda item number 7?
Yep. We do now.
Okay, I've got Nick Dax. If you can come up, you can come to the center microphone now, center stage. Golden Star.
Thank you. Nick Dax, representing Utah Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. We at Utah BHA support the Elk Permit Recommendations for 2025. We support this because, once again, it follows the science through the division, and it provides more opportunity for hunters as long as the population allows it. Thank you.
Thanks, Nick. That ends public comment. Open it up for RAC discussion. Pull up permit numbers. Any discussion? Tammy?
I do want, I can't remember the exact numbers. I'm not sure I wrote them down, but I think there was a decent increase on beaver permits.
Beaver East went from 86 total permits to 95.
So 9.
Increase
And
of
then
9.
On Penguich as well. Wasn't there a little increase there?
Penguich went from 60 to 71. So
Come on,
up
Dax.
11.
Austin shouldn't be faster than you on that.
He's a professional as well.
I just want to say, so my public, my people are thanking you to increase those tax, especially the livestock producers.
They're happy to see the increases,
Yes,
you're saying?
yes.
Okay. I can't answer all the reasons why on the Penguich. On the Beaver East, the age objective still continues to climb, with the average age of bull killed last year 9.6 years old out of all those bulls, which I assume success was pretty high. So that's a pretty big sample size, and the average age still continues to rise. So but cautious increases. They're not slamming the permits at them, but trying to get that under control.
It's a hard hunt. You better be in shape.
Any other discussion? Entertain a motion? Tammy?
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we approve as presented.
I have a motion by Tammy to approve elk permit recommendations as presented. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
You got 3 seconders.
Mike gets that second. All right, all those in favor of the motion here in the room, raise your hand. Unanimous in the room and unanimous online. Passes unanimous. Thank you. as presented. Thank you, Dex. We'll call you up again for the smaller creature, pronghorn. Anything changed on pronghorn, Dex, before we jump into talking about the Parker?
No changes. Happy to answer any questions.
Hey, questions from the RAC?
Yep.
Doesn't have to be the Parker.
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
But it is. So I'm going to jump around just a little bit here and answer some questions. In your presentation, you said there was 1,750 pronghorn on the Parker Mountain, estimatedly, and an increase of doe permits on that unit. And primarily, we manage species by buck to doe, correct? Mule deer and antelope, we tend to just do those by population.
But we manage for an average age of harvested buck.
A harvested buck on pronghorn.
On limited entry pronghorn. We manage the overall pronghorn population, with doe harvest primarily, looking at overall numbers and the population objective.
So my question is, question number one, since you brought up does and we're on bucks, what is the percent ratio of bucks and does on the Parker Mountain?
The buck to doe ratio on Parker Mountain was 52 bucks per 100 does.
So 52 bucks per 100 does. And our increase of 200 permits, buck permits, would lower our objective to 1,550. And the 250 permits that are being asked for on our antlerless end of things, we still have a pile of bucks out there. And there's room for some opportunity to hunt bucks on the Parker Mountain in a vast array of ways of doing it. And one of my other questions is in increasing, and we'll get to these things, it's a prime opportunity for people to long range hunt. Was mortality brought into that? I've witnessed it out there. It's a long ways across that flat. It dives over the edge and the truck drives off. Was mortality brought into that aspect to get us down into that 1,500 objective or below, at or below?
So when we make the recommendation, we take into consideration harvest rates from previous year, and I don't know that we look super hard at the wounding, but it is something that, reported wounding, animals wounded by hunters is something that biologists do look at and take into consideration when they make recommendations. And we know if we recommend 200 buck permits on the Parker, we're probably not going to kill 200 bucks. Success rates are relatively high, but they're not 100%.
Okay. So I guess my question is if you're wanting to bring that down, and I've read the comments and I've got hit at numerous times, some of the comments on there, why don't we take a few more bucks and leave a few does, especially where we're using that unit as a transplant unit, and look at transplanting more does the following season instead of cleaning them out of there. And I know that Verlin's going to beat me up over this, but we can move antelope. Well, we proved it this year that we could move antelope. There was some mortality rate with it, but it's the same thing that I talked about with does, with doe deer. Let's move them. Let's have the opportunity to move them. Then a doe hunt, if it's not 100% success on the Parker, you didn't try. You didn't try 1 ounce. Especially where the herd objective is now. So I guess my question, long story short, can we, or why don't we, can we up that buck permit number? I guess we can make that recommendation. But I guess it really is not a question. I had a multitude of comments and
there was some comments mingled with questions there.
I apologize.
Yeah, it's okay.
I'll help with your question. Can you up the buck permit more with the confines of the 3 hunts we already have? Because that is a concern, right? 60 people on an archery hunt all at the same time, short season. Is that, are you at the max because of your hunt constraints, or is that your biological, what you want to kill?
So I'll be totally candid with this group. So the Parker Mountain is an area where when we have good conditions, we have very productive pronghorn herd there. It's incredible. It's like Wyoming, but even better because it's not in Wyoming. And it's a great place. And we've had issues in the past where we hunted those pronghorn really hard for a variety of reasons. Some of them within our control, some of them was direction we received from the board. And we've hunted those pronghorn hard enough that, we harvested a lot of animals, and then we changed the distribution of animals on the unit to the point where the folks who did have permits were really frustrated with their experience. And so maybe we're a little conservative. We're definitely committed and take managing to the population objective seriously. I'm also a little bit hesitant to go too hard all at once. We don't want to have a repeat of that situation where we had, animals that moved to places they weren't available to hunters and had a bunch of folks frustrated. So we're trying to find a balance there. We recommended a slightly different weapon split to spread the hunting pressure out. And this is one where it's too late now. The application period's open. In fact, it's, we're getting to the tail end of it. But I think this is one where we might propose having an additional season or two on that unit moving forward, just to continue with this effort to spread the pressure out so we can get the harvest we need without changing the animal distribution to a level where it ends up putting folks to where they have a crummy hunt that's not what they had hoped to have. So, and with regard to transplanting animals, I think we're still open to that. If you look at draw odds in Utah, it's actually a lot harder to draw a doe pronghorn permit than it is to draw a buck pronghorn permit. And we did transplant a lot of animals off the unit last year. We saw some higher than we hoped to see mortality. And I think this year we're weighing more towards giving opportunity to hunters rather than focusing as much on transplants. I think transplants is still a tool that we have in the tool bag and something that we'll consider using. And we've used for years on Parker Mountain, and I think it's something we'll continue to use in the future. But yeah, they're all good questions. You make good points, and I'm just trying to be super honest with you of kind of why we are where we are, why we're making the recommendations we're making.
Thanks, Tex. Verlin, go ahead.
Where did you transplant these antelope to?
Where's your allotment? Just kidding. Just kidding.
They're already there.
I'm just teasing. So we actually had a pretty harsh winter kill. Speaking of Wyoming, up on the cache unit right there on the Wyoming border, that winter of 22-23 was especially harsh on pronghorn in western Wyoming, southern Wyoming, south central Wyoming. We moved a bunch of pronghorn up there to that cache rich unit. We put some on the Paunsaugunt Dutton, some in the Southwest Desert, Southeastern region, took some to a couple places, I think on the San Rafael. Don't quote me for sure on that one, but we spread them out. I think the first big load went up there to the cache and they're on that Wyoming border where they had that bad winter kill in 22-23.
It looks like that answers his question. Any other questions? Questions from the public about antelope? All right, let's summarize public comment. And I have no public comment cards here in the room, if that sounds accurate.
We only had two people express an opinion on this one, and it was split 50-50, one that strongly disagreed and one that strongly agreed. The comment on the person that disagreed was really on the number of archery tags, and the weapon splits was their biggest concern on the number of archery tags on the Parker.
All right, that's all public comments. So we'll open it up to RAC discussion.
I kind of summarized my comments there, but I do believe there's some room for some growth out there, and there's some room for some opportunity on the Parker, growth in population that I think we should look at some point. And I can feel Verlin through the TV over there. But I think there's a great opportunity to allow some more hunting. I've hunted out there for years. That's my home turf. And the antelope are near and dear to my heart out there. And I've had 2 permits out there, and the hunters respected each other out there. You spent all summer on a pond, and there was notes left on blinds in ponds in the early 2000s and end of 99 and the 90s that if somebody stake claimed in June, that this was their pond and they were out there all the time. We respected it. And there's a vast array of areas to hunt out there. And what we've seen over the last few years is antelope are getting very, very responsive to moving into the timber. And to be able to expand into the timber and hunt those antelope in timber with a bow or a rifle would be exponential to look at the population at some point out there. But I do believe there's room for some more opportunity out there and an increase of tags even above that 200, even another 25 people out there at 1,750. I don't know what I guess one of the questions I should have asked was, the objective of success out there is, or what you're dialed in at. And maybe you answered that, but at some point, I mean, a lot of people are hunting those as trophy. A lot of people are hunting those as meat, or they wouldn't be getting a doe tag. But I think we could recommend increasing those tags a little bit more above that. And then on the antlerless end, reduce some of those tags when we get to the antlerless. So
Thanks, Mike. Verlin, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with Mike this time. I think you can increase the tags up there, especially with this mild winter that we've had. A lot of those does or ewes or whatever they're called are going to be twinning, and that's the problem out here on the Parker, because that population can get away from you really fast. The only way it ever gets trimmed down is if a winter kills, if we ever have any snow. They're pretty hard to hunt. They're getting harder the more pressure you guys put on them, but we need to hunt them and transplant them out of state mostly. Thanks.
Thanks, Verlin. Any other discussion, or we could entertain a motion? Brooklyn.
Yes. I grew up my life hunting elk on the Dutton, so it was not easy. I was, 10-year-old on horseback. It was very complicated. I also started deer hunting way early into my life, and that is also rather complicated. And I think that's the point. That's the fun, right? But this year or last year, I did the first antelope hunt, and I was able to take my 3-year-old and my 6-year-old, which for me is more complex, right? So you take your children, but the hunt was a little bit easier. And so I think that I created a little passion in my 6-year-old that I was excited to see, where I didn't have to be horseback, in the middle of nowhere. So I do like the antler. I think that I guess the antelope hunt for me is really exciting to see, kind of an easier habit forming hunt to happen. And so for me, I think it's important that these numbers stay kind of high just for that aspect. But again, nowhere near qualified to make that decision. However, I liked it in the aspect of being a mom.
I appreciate that. I mean, antelope is a great opportunity species, and they reproduce fast, and the age objective is low. So thanks for that. Anybody like to take a stab at a motion? Mike?
I'd like to make a motion to approve as presented with an increase of 25 to 50 more buck permits on the antelope. Oh, geez. All right, 50. Let's go 50, and we'll settle
Overall?
on 20.
That's an
Overall buck permit. So it would be
Overall.
250 instead of the 200 that's presented.
Come on, Verlin.
Verlin seconds. Okay, so Mike's motion is to approve as presented with the exception of increasing the overall Parker Mountain permit numbers by an increase of 50. Of 50. And we got a second from Verlin. All right, let's vote. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. Okay. You're voting yes, Rachel and Bryant? Okay. All right, so unanimous online here. Unanimous in the room. Okay. Motion passes unanimous. Thank you. 11-0, and that ends Pronghorn. All right, we'll go on to Antlerless permit recommendations for 2025. This is all species. Back with Dax. Dax, as we jump over to Antlerless, anything we need to know different, or we open it up for questions?
Ready for questions.
Questions from the RAC. Any questions on Antlerless? Tammy?
What is your, I know a lot of the comments was a reaction to the drought and that on the numbers and increasing numbers. How do you gauge that, or how do you measure that with the drought compared to what numbers you propose?
So I'm assuming you're talking elk. Yeah, so it's kind of unique in this region, in the southern region, I think just because it's an area that is prone to drought. And there's a lot of concern. We got a lot of public land and public land grazing in this region. Most of our elk population objectives in this region are a range. In a lot of other parts of the state, we have a set number. We manage that specific number. In this region, we have a range. And the commitment from the division, when we've gone through the elk committees and such, is that if we have dry conditions, we're seeing drought, we're going to manage at the bottom end of that range. If we have favorable conditions and things are looking good, we'll manage at the upper end of that range. And so, we looked at what conditions were looking like this winter, and thank goodness we've had a few spring storms, which is nice. We could still use more moisture. I'm hoping we got more coming this Thursday and Friday, but we're mindful of that. We look at that. And when we see conditions like we were seeing this winter, as we were making recommendations, we tried to make recommendations that would put our elk populations towards the lower end of those objectives. So.
One more question. I know elk are very, I don't know if you actually call it migrating, but they travel a long ways, right? So we've got a big herd. One day it's on the open unit, the next day it's on the Southwest Desert. They cross this highway out here all the time. A friend of mine sent a picture of it. There was probably at least 80 head of cows on the west side. And the next night they were over on our permit. And so how do you, there's just no way to gauge that much.
Well, yeah, you're right. Elk do move a lot, and that can be a double-edged sword. They might move from here to there, but they also move a lot if they get hunting pressure on them, and so elk are responsive. It makes it complicated to manage them. Sometimes they do move quite a bit, but the biologists take that in consideration. We've done a bunch of collar studies and looking at how elk move between clusters of units. And a lot of times we also coordinate hunt timing so that, we can get elk harvested even if they are moving between units. And they are pretty responsive to pressure. And it's not perfect. The elk give us a slip sometimes, and they figure out where to get away, where they can go to get away from hunters. They're pretty darn good at that. But we see decent success rates on the hunts down here and try to address issues. And if there are specific areas or times of year where you're seeing elk issues and you feel like that's something we need to work on, I'd love for folks to have those conversations with our regional biologists and see if we can figure out a way to address those issues.
Any other questions? Russell?
Just kind of a comment on the Pine Valley, your elk management plan, I think 50 cows or 50 elk. Is that cow bulls total?
Total.
It's well over that. I don't know. I don't even know what you've proposed for the permits this year, but you could double or triple that number and you would. It needs to happen. We seen a herd the other day of 40 in Pendle, town of Pendle. So you what? No, that's not all of them. If you go and but a lot of the herd moves from Nevada into Utah, back and forth a little bit. But at times there's 150 elk there. Anyway, the permittees and landowners would like a little more pressure there.
Oh, and I guess that's your prerogative tonight. Could make a motion to increase elk permits we're recommending, looks like 30 public draw permits for the Pine Valley. I think we have some landowner permits available. It's a control unit as well, to where if you have any other big game tag and you're out, you can harvest a cow.
Do you have any idea of what the success on those cow hunts are?
Let me,
Um,
it's low.
it has been, and that's why I say,
We need to send hunters with the permittees because I think the permittees are the only ones that find elk on the Pine Valley. The hunters don't seem to find them, but they follow you guys. They look for the used pickup trucks and they follow the used pickup trucks. They don't follow the brand new jacked up Tacomas. Yeah.
Any other questions, Brian?
As far as to the Pine Valley, are we wanting to have a herd there? Is that why we were managing to 50, or are we not wanting to have a herd there at all?
I think the Pine Valley is a unit we prioritize for deer. We realize we're going to have a few elk. I think probably despite whatever we do, we're going to have a handful of elk on the Pine Valley, but it's not a unit we're trying to manage for a big, robust elk population.
Is that something you could just give over the counter tags for then?
We essentially do with the control permits, where if you have any other big game permit, you can harvest a cow if you pick up one of those control permits. The alternative would be to have like a gigantic, super long season on public land. There's pros and cons to doing that type of thing. If you want to give everyone from northern Utah an excuse to come down and look at bucks in November, sell them an over-the-counter elk tag, and they'll all come down to the Pine Valley to look for bucks in November. I don't know. There's pros and cons to doing it that way. We're trying to be aggressive.
Dex, I did have a question. We did have some comments come in about the Boulder unit and the huge increase of cow elk tags there. Is Boulder over objective? I'm not as familiar with that herd status right now.
The objective on the Boulder is 1,200 to 1,700. That's the range. The current estimate was 1,400. So we're recommending going from 55 permits to 130 permits. So with that recommendation, we'd still be within the range, but perhaps a little closer to the bottom of that 1,200 to 17 objective, because we do have production. We have new caps hitting the ground this spring as well. And the drought is why we're proposing to manage more towards the bottom of the range.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the public on antlerless elk? All right, let's summarize public comment.
I'm starting to wonder what public comments you were looking at, because the ones I got sent didn't say anything about the Boulder. There was one comment about increasing cow tags on the beaver. Anyway,
did you read them all?
I read them all. I've got them all right here if you want them. We had 4 comments come in. 3 in favor, strongly agree with the increase in primarily cow elk tags, and 1 that strongly disagreed. People really enjoy hunting cow elk, and so in general, that increase in opportunity people like, as long as it's sustainable or within our management plan.
Okay, I have no public comment cards, so I'll open it up.
You have one.
Oh, we got one, sorry. Apologize. Troy Henry.
Quite a book here. No, when we did these elk management plans, that management component with the range was really important to us, and we're just glad to see that we're getting under that objective this year. It's really important to landowners, especially in a drought year like this, that we stay under objective. And for that reason, Utah Farm Bureau supports the Antlerless recommendations.
Thank you, Troy. Appreciate it. I found your comment, Kevin. Chuck, we got one more comment card coming up. Come up, Nick.
Thank you. Nick Dax, representing Utah Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. We, for the Utah Backcountry Hunters and Anglers, do support the decrease in the doe permits, and we understand that deer population decrease are correlated with some mortality. And then we also support the increase in the antlerless elk tags due to the availability to the public and the increased opportunity for hunters across the state to have that option to go forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Okay, we'll close public comment and go to RAC discussion. Mike?
You kind of heard my comments here earlier, and it's specific to the Parker. I do believe that the rest of the antlerless recommendations have to be done and they're needed, and to hold that true. But with talking with the Antelope again on the Parker, if we can make that swap of, if we can increase the 50 permits on the bucks and decrease the doe permits by 50 permits, even if it was 25 and 25, the Highland, the recommendation for the split units, the Highland areas, we drop 25 there and or 25 on the Plains, Parker Mountain Plains unit there. I believe that there would be a compromise there. Primarily, we want some more does out there, and there's a lot of bucks. If we're at 50 plus, and then we've got a new fawn crop hitting the ground, and we get into that 70 bucks per 100 does with what's out there. Now we've got a lot of bucks and primarily a lot of does, but that just keeps increasingly higher and higher. And I think we need to balance that a little bit better. So something that we can look at, and or when I make a motion, I would like to go that route on the Antelope out there than just getting to the point that we have to wipe them out. And I think we can manage them that way, get the bucks down, and then manage does as we need to. So,
Tammy.
Okay, I just want to kind of make the same comment I had on the drought as far as the antlerless goes. I think you've done a good job on that. It means a lot to landowners and to permittees and that, because we're already having our grazing meetings and talking about cuts. Hasn't been mandatory so far, but it's been suggested specifically on some of the BLM stuff, some of those conversations. Forest Service, maybe not. Everybody's we're in a wait and see mode, because we all know that April and May makes a big difference in southern Utah. So everything that I've seen as far as the antlers, especially the elk, up those permit recommendations, we support that.
Thanks, Tammy. Any other comments? Verlin.
First, a question. When you transplant these antelope, you transplant everything you catch, or do you leave the bucks and take mostly does, wouldn't you?
This last go around, we took everything we caught. One of the issues, if you do leave animals that have been, run into this funnel trap, then they know what the funnel trap is, and then if we try to trap again, they kind of mess it up. And so it's not maybe ideal to transplant a bunch of bucks, but when proportionally that's what's in your population, we take what we get and ship them on down the road.
With or without hair left on their body, right? Optional. Verlin, did you have any other comments on that?
No, just that I think we got to go with the proposed amount of antlerless tags, if not more. But I don't think you need to cut them down. The herd's going to have a lot of recruitment this year. And yeah, I'd like to see them where they're at now, if not more.
Thanks, Verlin. Chuck, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank the division. When we set up a lot of these with the Forest Service, we wanted that range, and we wanted to see the movement according to drought or conditions out there, and to see them react quickly and put out more tags. We're hearing a lot of appreciation for permittees that are saying, yeah, you responded, so we're happy with that. So thanks, I really appreciate it.
Thanks, Chuck. Tammy.
I was on the beaver unit group, whatever that was filled in the plan, and that was, what do you call it? Yeah,
The unit committee.
okay, what you said, and that was our big deal too, was that range and fitting that in so that, and then make it flexible enough that you could move it with the drought or whatever happens. And so I think I had a lot of conversation with some of the other committee members across the state, and everybody kind of went that way. So you had that flexibility and that range, so you could, it wasn't a hard swing pendulum one way or the other. You could just try and keep it in that area. So I think these guys have done a good job on that. I wouldn't change anything.
That's good. Mike, one thing I'll point out on your suggestion of increasing the Parker Mountain, you've got basically 7 different hunts on 3 different units. So 25 doesn't get divided very well. So just think about that. And if you're going to make a motion on that, looking at the Parker Mountain hunts versus Highlands versus Plains, because it's already built out. I think we can entertain a motion when we're ready.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve the Antlerless as presented, except with the exception of taking a recommendation from the biologist out there on what units have the higher, where the does need to be brought down, I guess I should say, in those units where it's 3 units staggered off. And then we broke that Fish Lake Thousand Lakes off that south end of that unit to primarily get those down just a little ways. If we pulled 50 or 60 off that and see where we could be at that way if we entertain the buck motion. So I know that's a lot, Kevin.
Your motion could be to try to add 50 doe.
No, not add, take them away.
Sorry, subtract 50 doe permits where it made most sense.
Yes.
And leave it to them.
Yes.
I like Austin's version of that better.
Yeah, me too. Thanks, Austin.
Do we have a second on the?
Can you read the motion, Kevin?
I'm still trying to. I'm sorry.
You did good. Berlin, do you have a question?
Yeah, just discussion. Isn't that what we're doing here? Is what the DWR's people on the ground have come up with? Isn't that what this recommendation is?
The recommendation is 250 doe pronghorn permits spread across the 3 subunits. Mike's motion is to reduce the overall doe permits by 50 across those subunits.
Based on the DWR people that are.
Yeah, based on let the biologist determine which hunts to take them from.
Yeah, and the biologists have already come up with this plan. So I don't see why we need to change it. It's my thing.
Okay. Still looking for a second on Mike's motion.
Can I make a motion to increase the cow permits on the Pine Valley? Can we separate that out?
Not
Give me
yet.
another motion for that.
We need to address this motion first.
Okay.
His was to approve as presented.
Approve everything as presented. So
So we can amend it.
Wanted to amend he can amend the motion to add that in.
After we have a second.
If we get a second.
If we get a second. Still don't have a second. No seconds on Mike's motion. Okay, motion fails for lack of a second, Mike. I'll entertain another motion. Russell, would you like to make your motion?
Okay, to accept as presented by the division and add 15%. What would that be? 45 to the Pine Valley?
That'd be 50%. So add
There's 30 now, so we would add 15, would make it 45 total.
add 15 additional cow permits on the Pine Valley.
Yeah. They're still going to be unsuccessful, but at least they tried.
You could help.
We got Russell's motion here to fund the division with cow permits.
You know, it's not gonna help us much. Okay.
Okay, do we have a second on the motion to accept as presented with the addition of adding 15 additional antlerless elk permits on the Pine Valley unit? Second by Tammy.
All right.
Any discussion needed? Okay, let's vote on Russell's motion. All those in favor, raise your hand. One, two, three. I got 5 in favor. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. 6 in favor. All those opposed? 5. So motion passes 6-5. Any of those who voted against care to pass along why they voted no? Chuck?
Yeah, I think Russ said it, they're going to still not be successful. They're going to go out there and going to be mad at the division. I just thought we'd just trust the biologist to leave it where it's at.
Okay. Anyone else or move on with that? Okay, that ends agenda item number 9. Now we'll go to, thank you, Dex.
Oh,
Appreciate all your hard
yeah.
work.
Thank you. Appreciate all the feedback and discussion. And if I put in for one of those cow tags, Russell, maybe we can go drive around a couple days and see if we can find a cow.
Save the gas. Stay home. All right, we'll go to agenda item number 10, CWMU Antlerless Permit Recommendations with Chad Wilson. Chad, welcome.
Thank you.
It's not quite dark outside yet. I know
I
it's
know.
strange for you, but
I know. Maybe we should hurry. I was telling Mike that he probably will get more mic time than me tonight, so.
Any questions from the RAC on CWMU Antlerless Permit Recommendations? Questions from the public? Okay, summarize public comment.
One that strongly agreed.
With a weighted average of
5.
5. Okay. All right. No public comment cards on this agenda item. Do we have any RAC discussion? Tammy.
Quick question, I guess. So you had an additional, and I'm just talking, this is total numbers, I think, of the way I wrote this down. You had an additional 48 private and 688 public, is that right?
Those are the numbers that you would be approving today. So if you're doing year over year, it would be 3 additional private compared to last year and just over 100 additional public.
Okay.
115.
All right. I do like the private permits to the landowners, right?
Right. So that's determined by what split they take on the antlers.
Right,
Right.
right.
So
Yeah.
they have total control.
Okay, yeah, I like that.
Tammy. Any motions on this agenda item?
Yeah, I'll make a
Tammy?
motion to approve as presented.
Got a motion from Tammy to approve CWMU Antlerless Permit Recommendations as presented. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Mike. No discussion. All those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 11-0. Thank you, Chad. We'll bring you back up. Landowner permit rule, R657-43 amendments. Everybody brought up to speed on this. Can you give us a high level, Chad, of why these changes needed to be made?
Yeah, so this is part of House Bill 202. It made some changes to some of our landowner permits. With part of that, there's an ability to give landowner vouchers if they have between 4,000 and 8,999 contiguous acres. And we have the ability to set the criteria of if they would receive 0, 1, or 2 vouchers. And so we just set out that criteria in here of what we would use as the division to determine whether how many vouchers they'd get on elk.
And in an effort to keep you healthy and safe, who is on that decision committee? That was not meant to be threatening at all. It was just, that's a lot of stress. If you're the one saying you get 0, 1, or 2, is there a committee? Is it you?
It'd be the division. So ultimately the division director would sign off on it, but the recommendation would come from, like everything else, the recommendation comes from the biologist. It would go through me, go through the chief, up to the director's office, and yeah.
And that's a 3-year COR. Is that fair?
It's 3-year, yeah. Yep.
With automatic renewal, that's where I'm trying to understand the process. Like, oh yeah, as long as you don't have any strikes, boom, you get it forever? Or is it like you've got to prove it?
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll look at it. Yeah, so part of the criteria in the law too is if they're not hitting the age objective of the unit, then that would be something that we'd look at. If they're not harvesting, like if they don't have the animals on them anymore, like there's a bunch of criteria that we'll look at, but it is a 3-year, like if they get it, if they apply this year, they get 3, if they get 2, then the next 3 years they'll get 2. In 3 years, we'll look at it again to see if it's still appropriate to give them 2 or to cut it to 1 or to 0.
All of the criteria for the values.
Now, I know you've ran a lot of these numbers to see how many potential allotments or contiguous piece of property owned by a single owner out there. How are you feeling about those potential numbers?
Yeah, I mean, it's a hard practice to do because it's statewide. There's a lot of landowners. What we've seen is in a unit that a landowner has more than 4,000 acres, it's 38 landowners. We haven't been able to get to the point where to tease that out if they're contiguous. So if they get it that way or not. So I would assume that a lot of them aren't that have more than 4,000. That's probably not all those are contiguous. So it will be a kind of a wait and see who puts in. They have till July 1 to put in. So yeah, I would guess maybe it's half if I had to guess.
And if they apply and I guess my question is, can someone who's over 9,000, can they back out of being a CWMU if they want to do this program?
No, it's capped at 8,999. Yep.
So they have to split their land if they're over it and they want to do this.
Yeah. And yeah, once you get to 9,000, you can be part of the CWMU program. There's a variance there if you're not to 10,000. So yeah, that would be the program for them.
Will we get to see as a RAC or anybody get to see their age objective of their harvested elk versus the unit? Because these permits sound really cool now in my mind. I know it's a comment, but they're extra permits until they're not. And then they become part of this process of included permits when we're below objective.
Yeah. We'll bring back, like, this was requested, something the Central Region RAC brought up as well, but we can bring back the numbers and what the age is on those permits. So
correct me if I'm wrong, but if a landowner on their permit shoots an elk that's under the age objective, they go shoot a 3-year-old, that hurts them and they may lose permits?
Yeah, potentially. I mean, it's like anything else. Like, one's a pretty small sample, right? So we probably want and I think that's the reason for the 3-year is you get 3 years. Now you're looking at a little bit bigger of a sample, because if they shot a 3-year-old one time, maybe that was just a mistake, or somebody on the last day of the hunt decided I don't want to eat tag soup, so I'm just going to harvest an animal. So there's considerations there. But I would say that if we're consistently seeing significantly younger and that it's potentially bringing the age class of the unit down, then yeah, we'd look at that.
And to confirm, they must follow all limited entry seasons and weapon types on that permit, or do they have to pick one hunt?
They pick one hunt.
So they validate a voucher for a permit? Or
yeah, the landowner will get a voucher and do whatever they want with that, and whoever has that voucher that redeems it at that point chooses which hunt under current hunt structures, which hunt they want.
So they get it they get a beaver east tag that's valid only on their private land, not on anybody else's private land.
Correct.
They take it in and they say, I want to hunt the mid-season, mid-rifle. And when that season's over, they're done.
Yeah. And going back to those 38 landowners, that'd be another one that would probably weed some of those out. Unless you have to have the the elk on you during the hunt, or it doesn't do you any good.
Thank you, Russell.
Can they sell those vouchers to?
Yes.
For whatever?
Yep.
Any other questions, Russ or Brian?
So I guess there's no way we can stop this from happening. This was passed in legislature.
Yes. So you can weigh in on the criteria that was put forth in there. But other than that, yeah, it's going to be the division that determines that. It's not going to go through the wildlife board or anything else. The division determines.
Can we weigh in on the criteria as like say never more than one is issued?
No, because law says two. So you could talk to a legislator if you wanted and ask them to change it so it's not two. But
does this benefit the public in any way?
There's not, like, as far as like a lot of our other programs, like CWMU has 10%. There's not that. The LOAs, we allow the same amount of vouchers they get on the land. There's not that. So yeah, it's kind of for the landowner. I guess a benefit could potentially be now you have landowners that are tolerating wildlife, and they could spill out from their land and be available on public land as well. So rather than somebody who just wants to wipe out all the wildlife, they tolerate it.
Brian,
that's up for discussion who that is.
Yeah.
I mean,
God can tell me if I'm wrong, right? But I'm pretty sure they can't claim mitigation or depredation or any of that if they're receiving these tags as well.
Yeah, that's
for
correct.
cows, cow, elk, antlerless, nothing, right?
Yeah, any wildlife in that unit, if they're claiming depredation from any wildlife on land in their unit, then it's kind of feels counterproductive. So that's one of the criteria we look at.
Now, if they're Chad, if they're under that threshold, those tags are managed differently. And do you have an estimation of how many of those are going to be?
So the
available
draw,
this year? The draw.
yeah.
Ones.
So last year there was a draw. So 5% additional tags that go into a draw. They're split out half 50-50. So if you have over 4,000 acres, half of them go to that. For under, the other half go there. The very max would be 160 tags on that. And that once again that's probably well over, I would guess not 100 for the same reasons of like it has to be on your property. So not everybody's going to have it on their property. It has, yeah, contiguous 640, but yeah. So there's a lot of factors in there that probably drive that number down significantly too.
And that's the up to 5% additional.
Yeah.
Right. And if only one landowner on a unit applies for that, they would get them, correct?
Yeah. So let's just say, if you had 6 tags on a unit, 3 of them would go to 4,000 plus, 3 would be to under. If you only have one landowner that applies and he has over 4,000, those 3 that are for under 4,000 just they won't get issued.
They won't get issued.
Yeah.
Help me on the math there. If you split the 3 under, 3 over, plus the 2 guaranteed ones, those are above and beyond.
Yeah. Okay. And I guess not guaranteed, but if the division could issue
criteria.
Up to 2 more.
Okay. Any questions from the public? Okay. Summarize public comment.
There was one that somewhat agreed, but didn't write why.
Appreciate that. All right. Open it up for RAC discussion. Tammy?
I'll make a comment as a landowner. I think, and I've said this before, this is not going to surprise anybody. Wildlife has benefited off of private land for years and years and years. And I don't have one qualm about landowners benefiting from wildlife. Some of these guys that I know, this particular property is hugely impacted. Mike knows all the elk on the beaver hide in this place because nobody can get to it. So they have all the impacts of the elk and never had a benefit to it. And it's not going to be easy to hunt on this one specifically, but nothing that they could do is going to qualify them for a CWMU, but they still have all the impact. And so I'm happy for them. I think it'll turn out good.
Thank you, Tammy. Any other discussion? I think my biggest concern, Chad, and take it for what it's worth, is just the criteria and putting you guys in that hot seat. I know that's your job, but I do have concerns over that of not having definitive criteria. I feel like we started with that on a lot of the CWMU. Like, we got some gray areas. You can get variances, right? The variance clause keeps popping up. And then all of a sudden now we got to crack down and put percentages and put exact calculations of how we come up with these LOA permits. And we've gone the other way. And I feel like this may be very gray. I don't know how to fix it, but I feel bad for who has to have those landowners knocking on their door, say, what do you mean you're cutting my permit that I got last year? I've already pre-sold it to a guy. And I just worry about that, putting a lot of decisions in your guys' court. That's messy. So good luck. Any motions on this item?
I'll do a motion. I motion that we approve as presented.
Motion by Chuck to approve as presented. Do I have a second? And Tammy seconds. All those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous here. Unanimous online. Passes 11-0. Thank you. Thank you, Chad. And last but not least, we have Expo rule amendments with Covey Jones, Wildlife Section Chief. Welcome, Covey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, here to discuss some proposed changes for the Wildlife Expo permits rule. And if it's okay, I'd like to just, summarize what some of those changes are.
Yeah, I was going to ask if you could also share the difference between the Expo and the Expo permits.
Absolutely.
That would help a little too.
I think that's a good place to start, is that currently, so there is a rule that allows the state of Utah, the Division of Wildlife, to allocate up to 200 permits for a wildlife expo in our state. Currently, the Western Hunting and Conservation Expo has the contract for those permits. But the Western Hunting and Conservation Expo, the permits are separate. The permit rule and the permits are separate from that, in that it goes out for an RFP, which is a request for proposals. Those are evaluated. And then whoever wins that RFP has the right to sell those permits for 5 years. And then that is renewable once, up to 10 years. And then it goes out again for an RFP. And it could go to any expo, the expo that is most suited for the permits based on the criteria in the request for proposals. So that's the difference between the permits and the permit rule and the expo. Again, right now, Western Hunting Conservation Expo has those permits, and that's a partnership between Mule Deer Foundation and Sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife. The reason why you're seeing these changes proposed right now is because this spring, that request for proposals it's up again. And so we want whoever is applying for those permits to know that they're applying under some different criteria than what was in the rule in the past. And the changes that we're recommending, we can go through some of those. But some of those changes are, one, there used to be a portion of the permits that were set aside that only non-residents could apply for. And we haven't done that the last several years. We just took that portion, or recommending to take that portion of the rule out. Also, one of the most complicated things is the way the expo permits work. They're considered a public draw. They're another public draw in our state, where right now you can pay $5 and submit an application that doesn't use bonus points for that drawing, and have the opportunity to draw. But the way the rule is written, it says those permits can't be in addition to any other public draw permits. And this frustrates a lot of people. It used to cause a lot of frustration here in the Southern RAC, because what happens is you just approve the permits that Dax and Rusty and others presented, and then they get approved by the board. After they get approved by the board, then we have to go back in and see what permits were issued at Expo and deduct those from what actually goes to the draw contractor. for the other public draw. And that's really frustrating. So then the reason why it's frustrating is because here we might say that there are 10 permits, but there's an Expo permit in there. And so there's actually 9 that go to the draw. And then it creates a lot of work and frustration for folks like Austin who try to summarize draw odds. So what we're recommending to do is to still account for those permits, but do it in the same way that we account for conservation permits and do it on the front end. So then what DAX proposes is what you actually see, and we propose Expo in a separate cycle. That's one of the recommended changes. Another recommended change is to get rid of the COVID-19 variance language, but allow for a variance to have an Expo that isn't in person if we have some unforeseen circumstances and both the contractor that has the Expo, the division, and the board agree and approve that. Another change is to allow for variability in the cost of an application. So still no less than $5 and no more than $10, but now they wouldn't all be set at $5. One other change is to put in rule right now in the last request for proposal, when MDF and SFW submitted that, they submitted a detailed plan of how they would account for those monies. But that's never been in the rule before. And we just wanted to tighten that up and put in the rule how we would account for those monies. So it costs about 20% to run the draw. And we know that because in the past contracts, everything was accounted for, all the detailed information. Other Western draws, I've spoken with New Mexico and some others that run special drawings, and they're up to sometimes almost even 35%. So 20% doesn't feel that bad. And so we're recommending just to allocate 20% of whatever's generated to be able to run the draw, pay the draw contractor, and whatever other fees are associated with that. We're then saying that 10% of whatever's generated through the application fees would come back to the division to conduct research, do monitoring, and be matched for survey flights and other things like that. And 70% would be kept by the contractor. Of that 70%, 35% would have to come back through a joint agreement. This is much how we present conservation permits. Or conservation permits come back through a joint agreement. So it's all in the Watershed Restoration Initiative is kind of the clearinghouse for where those agreements are held. And then everything is signed off on by the director before any of that money can be spent. And then the other 35%, they can have some flexibility with, but it has to be spent by the group to benefit Utah wildlife. And 100% would be accounted for and audited annually like it is now. One final change that we're recommending is to add the possibility to add SWAN permits in the Expo drawing. There's some other minor changes based on legislative language. Just as a clarification, because the other rule has to stay in place through 2026. That's when the contract ends, and this rule would start in 2027. This will be the A version of the rule, but whoever applies this spring will know that they're applying under the A version of the rule. And that's it, unless you have any questions.
Any questions?
So when you're talking about the 20% goes, sound like you said 20% goes to the contractor and 70% goes to the contractor. So 20% is just for their management of the, what it costs them to run the program, and then 30% of the 70% for them to use in the state for
Utah
wildlife
wildlife, transplants. We have a sheep facility now in northern Utah, things like that. It has to be detailed on how it's spent. So the 20% goes to costs. It does cost to run a drawing. Right now we pay to run a drawing through our contractor. So 20% goes to that. The other 70%, excuse me, that they hold on to then has to be spent on Utah wildlife. Half of that through a cooperative agreement with us. Half of that, they have a little more discretion, but it's audited.
So when you talk about allow a variance for a virtual expo, so I was under the impression you had to be at the expo to draw, but it sounds like you don't have to be at the expo to draw.
No, that's a really good point. So we had one time during COVID when the expo was virtual. And really what that does is it ruins everybody's draw odds. Like it's really hard. And we guard this pretty close. Like these permits, they're Utah permits. The reason why we want folks to show up in person is because it favors Utah residents. If they're Utah permits, local Expo, and there are no points associated with that. So we want to keep that in person. It would be a really, really rare circumstance where it would go to virtual. We just have a portion in the rule that says that, hey, if the draw contract, if something happens unforeseen and the draw, whoever has the contract says we need to have a virtual Expo, and then the division says, yeah, there's no way to mitigate this, it probably has to go virtual. And then the board says, yeah, there's no way to mitigate this, it probably has to go virtual. That's the only way it would go virtual. If not, it will stay in person.
Russell?
Yeah, Covey. Are these monies, do they have a timeline that it has to be spent by the money?
They don't have the same. So the board a couple of years ago put a 2-year lapsing where conservation permits have to be spent out within like 2 fiscal years of when the money was generated. That same thing doesn't exist for Expo permits, but it has to be accounted for every year. And it's not like there's been huge amounts of carryover in Expo permits when it's when it's been audited.
Tammy?
So I know. Much better. The WRI program's been incredible over the history. And I think like on your auditing and your bookkeeping, you know what that amount is. That's an annual thing. That has to be accounted for and spent during the fiscal year. Am I right?
When they commit it in WRI, as long as the project happens that year, yes. There are times when that money is carried over to the following year because prescribed fire, it's one of the hardest ones because if they don't hit the right conditions, then it gets carried over to the next year.
Right.
But yeah, the goal is always to spend the money in the year that it's allocated. And we're pretty good at spending the money most of the time.
Well, there's always a fire rehab or
there's always
something
something
somewhere
Mhm.
or, something like that. But I do want to commend the division and everybody else involved with WRI because that program is incredible. And the partners that are involved in that, I mean, you can leverage so much money with BLM, Fire, Forest Service, your permittees put a lot of money into that to work on that. So
yeah, and
it's a good deal.
Tammy, if you'll allow me, just as a little plug for some of these tag programs between Conservation Expo and some funds from the CWMU Association themselves, so from private landowners, they donated over $6.5 million a couple weeks ago to habitat restoration across our state on public and private land. So that's commendable. And one final thing, Mike Christensen always reminds me of this. These are public draw permits, right? And so any member of the public can apply for them with very few exceptions. But these are public draw permits. Any member of the public can apply for them. But it is a sacrifice for sportsmen that, with our point system in Utah, there's some sacrifice that we have these permits set aside and some sacrifice for sportsmen for conservation permits. Overall, I would say that we all benefit from them. And it's important to recognize the sacrifice on behalf of the sportsman.
Brian?
So in regards to the $5 to $10, were you approached by any of these organizations and asked to bring that up to a higher amount?
It was our idea. Yeah, it's been $5 for a long, long time. And truthfully, I think the division was probably more in line with it probably should just go to $10. And after some internal conversations and things, it was, well, you know, if there's a sliding scale that gives whoever gets the contract the ability to do some marketing and evaluate some of these permits to say, maybe a turkey is only worth $5, but maybe a bighorn permit is worth a $10 application fee. So.
Covey, is it written in the rule that it will be 200?
It's written in the rule. It says up to.
Up to.
Okay. So it could be less, but that's the max.
And those monies generated, you said, to benefit Utah wildlife, they're not earmarked based on what species they were or anything.
Yeah, this is a little different. So conservation permits have to benefit a conservation permit species. These monies, and they have been used to help out with a lot of our waterfowl management areas and things like that they cost a lot of money to run. And they've helped out a lot, maintain those systems and be good for sports and hunting, waterfowl and upland game. A lot of upland game stuff here in the southern region.
My last question, Covey, on the pre-allocation, since they're not coming out after, currently you're taking 25% of the 200 permits for a non-resident. You pull them from the non-resident quotas. It's been like 56 permits, I think, this last year. So if you do it beforehand, will that be before a non-resident resident allocation? Or are you still going to ding the residents? You see what I'm getting at? We're getting into more pre-meeting meetings to set permit quotas.
I do see what you're saying. It would be just before. You wouldn't look at it that same way.
Okay. So it'd benefit the non-residents in that regards because they wouldn't lose 50 plus permits.
I guess that's a way to look at it, is that it could be beneficial.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Well, we haven't got the questions from the public yet. It's a big deal. The Expo is a big deal. I mean, from a draw perspective, as a resident, you get to pick one limited entry and one once in a lifetime. That's kind of a letdown. I understand why we do it, but you go to the Expo, just get your checkbook out. You can throw your name in all sorts of hats. So it's good. It makes you feel good, right? If you're a gambler. So like me. Any questions from the public? Brian, come on up.
Brian Johnson, Cedar City. Did I hear you say that you're doing some of these projects on private property?
Oh, and when they do
with this money.
So I'm trying to think of, like, my mind is going through like every project. It's not that I'm scared to answer. So my mind is going through every project to say, yeah, I mean, so the nursery bighorn facility was built on a piece of property that's not owned by the division.
So
but we manage those sheep and it's part of our plan. So,
and I'm just curious, and maybe this could be a comment or whatever. Is it because it's just easier to get permission on a piece of private property than go to the different organizations? I got to believe it can be easier to do private property projects that benefit wildlife everywhere versus BLM stuff. I'm just wondering if that's part of the reason why you allow private property or this money to be used on private property.
So the real reason is because when we look at things through WRI, we try to ignore property boundaries.
So beautiful. I'm okay with it. I mean, it makes sense.
No, I'm just trying to give you the real reason why is because, so you look at a project and you've got this degraded habitat over 14,000 acres.
Yeah, it could be checkerboard, right?
Yes. And to stop at the property line and stop that treatment when wildlife is using all of the property just doesn't make sense. And so the vision is that we all work together and we all fund, and private funds come in and conservation permit funds come in and BLM and Forest Service funds come in, and we treat the whole area that needs it. So yeah, that's why.
No, and thanks for humoring me. I appreciate it and educating me. Thank you.
Okay, let's summarize public comment.
It seems to be a theme. We had two, one that strongly disagreed and one that strongly agreed. The only one that wrote out their reasoning was the disagreement. It was just it philosophically didn't like the Expo, but that's what it is.
Thank you. We got 2 public comment cards. Jeremy Anderson, he'll be followed by Troy Justinson.
Thanks again, Rick. Jeremy Anderson, Mule Deer Foundation. Obviously, we support this in full as presented. One thing I wanted to talk about, Kobe mentioned as far as the part of the money that we have a little bit of latitude with. Again, that's still going to great wildlife projects. As he mentioned, we had our WRI funding meeting about a couple weeks ago. As we're being pitched such project, I would say, hey, Mule Deer Foundation wants $60,000 of that. Take that out of $1.50 or take that out of $3.50, depending on how we wanted to work that. And it might be out of just conservation permit money. So a lot of great funding going that way. Also, Cinnamon Creek, our WMA up north, that we were able to put $1 million as well as SFW and other groups. We used a lot of that funding that way. I know SFW has got, a great talk they're going to do right up here when they get up here about a lot of stuff that, that we don't touch as far as, the wetlands and stuff like that. So I think it's a great thing. It's very transparent and had something. Oh, just the fact that, in that WRI, we spent collectively, a little over $4.7 million. And by doing that, it wasn't all this money, but there's a great deal of it that is that money. And we're pretty proud of it. So thanks again for all your time.
Thanks, Jeremy. Troy?
Troy Justinson, Sports and Fish and Wildlife. I just wanted to wish everybody a happy tax day. I hope you're feeling the pain like I am today. So, no. First, I want to express my gratitude to the state, the hunters, and everybody for giving us the opportunity to manage and to facilitate the draw for the last 10 years for these permits. I want to clarify just a few things. Kobe had mentioned that they sell these permits. This is not sell. This is a application fee, no different than what you pay to file in Nevada, except this money here stays in the state to benefit Utah's wildlife. Roughly this year, we generated a little over $2 million in application fees. Now you take that and you go get a 3-to-1 match with Pittman Robertson money, that now turns into over $6 million. You can't generate that type of money leaving them in the normal draw. Some of the things that were spoken out that you pointed out is one advantage to us on the portion of the monies we're able to keep. There's hoops that they have to jump through, the division has to jump through that we don't. Case in point is that desert nursery sheep herd. When that facility came available, because we're able, and we had that money to purchase it and facilitate and build those fences, we were able to accomplish that in less than a year. I don't think if we would have had to go through the state that it would have happened. You're smiling, you work for feds, you know how long it takes. So there's definitely some advantages there, and we got a great partnership and working there. Another thing I want to point out is even though these permits are used at the Expo, when you come up there and you apply for them, you don't have to pay admission to go into the Expo. This is outside of it. You're not required to go in. It kind of still blows my mind of how many people apply for the permits that, and then I look at our attendance at the Expo and it's a lot smaller. So it benefits us, don't get me wrong, but the Expo stands on its own. But it's truly a great process. Grateful to be a part of it. I firmly believe that it has truly benefited the average Joe. These are the high dollar tags of the average Joe that we all get the opportunity to apply for. Not me, you guys. And so we support the changes moving forward. Obviously, we don't have it. We'll have to submit an FRP like anybody else, but we support the changes the divisions proposed. So thank you.
Thank you, Troy. All right, we'll open up for RAC discussion or entertain a motion. Russell, you got something to say?
I'd like to make a comment, partly to Troy. And back to our first, one of our first issues, we discussed the CWD and the spreading of it and how to combat it. And it seems to me like education is probably a big key, educating sportsmen. And it seems like at the Expo and maybe even the division, because they are, sportsmen are always there or listening to them. It seems like we should have some kind of a way to reach out to the sportsmen and say, look, this is a problem. This is what causes it. You know, help us out. I'm just saying that as an idea. It's something that seems like that everybody wonder, you know, it's a hot potato. What do we do with it? But it needs addressed. And people need educated about it.
That's a good comment, Russell. That goes for a lot of things in today's world. Education solves a lot of the issues we're having, but it's very hard to get attention, very hard to get in front of people. I mean, I look at the Expo permits, why we're on that topic, is not just another way to buy a chance at wildlife, but it's a fundraiser, right? It's fundraising for Utah's wildlife, and getting people to understand that is not easy. But that's what it is. We're fundraising for more opportunities, and that's how conservation is, and that's how everything is we're discussing. So change of mindset, it's not easy, but we'll get there. Any motions on this agenda item? Tammy?
I'll be happy to make a motion. We'll approve it as presented.
Motion by Tammy to approve the Expo permit rule modifications as presented.
I'll second.
Second by Russell. All right, all those in favor, raise your hand. It is unanimous, 11-0. Well, we have no special regional presentation, so that ends our agenda for this evening. We will have the board meeting to finalize all this will be May 1st in Farmington. You can tune in on YouTube or attend in person. That will be after the deadline to apply, which is next Thursday, like we talked about. The final decisions will be made May 1st, and then our next meeting will be May 20th at back to 6 p.m. start time in Richfield at the DNR complex there. So that'll be a good one. So stay tuned for some details on the next RAC meeting and the RAC packet coming up. But have a safe evening. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for attending, and happy April.